Hello everyone, welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thanks for joining me. Happy Friday, everybody. I hope you guys are doing well. Also, happy almost full moon. We're coming into the full moon in Virgo here over the next couple of hours. So I would imagine it's going to be quite a busy evening tonight. If you guys can see me, do me a favor, give me a thumbs up, like this stream. I appreciate it. It helps the algorithm and it lets other people know that we're live. So if this is your first time here, on Fridays, we do live readings. We alternate between tarot and astrology. And this week we're going to be doing live astrology readings. So if you'd like to get a reading, you can do so by scanning this QR code right here. It'll take you to my PayPal. There you can make a donation. We are charging $55 US for readings. If you want to get, a reading on a synastry or a natal transit, we can do either of those two. So natals are going to be 55, synastry are 70. That's US dollars. And when you make your donation, please, please, please remember to put in your information. I need to know your date of birth, the location, the exact time. If you can spell that out for me, it'd be super helpful. These live readings get generally pretty busy, so we're going to take the readings in the order that we receive them. So I appreciate your guys' patience. We do have a handful of people who are already in the queue, and we also have a number of level 3 people who are here. Those of you guys who are not aware, I'm a full-time content creator. I put out videos 4 times a week on the YouTube, on horoscopes and new and full moon reports and everything in between. So if you guys like my content, one way that you can support me is by joining my memberships. There's several different levels. If you just want to donate a couple bucks a month, you can do that. Level 2 is going to get you a shout out from me. We always do that at the beginning of the month. And then level 3, you get a reading once a month. And you can pick between tarot and astrology. So we've got a number of people here who are level 3. I saw My Life is Jordan just joined. So welcome. Thanks for joining level 3 and supporting my stuff. Is there anybody here who is a level 3 member that would like to get their reading? I have MK, Coco, and Emma. So I have all 3 of you guys. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. What's up, Coco? Hey, Megan. Thanks for stopping by. Hey, Janelle. Hey, Dorothy. Thank you. I got you, Emma. Jordan, I will add you into my queue. And I can definitely see what's going on for you, MV. I appreciate it. Hope you guys are doing well. Outside of my level 3 people, I've got Elizabeth, Danielle, Brandy, Samira, Stephanie, Valerie, Mary, and Dorothy. So if you guys heard your name, I've got you. Don't worry. We will get you on the queue. And it looks like Abby and Dawn got in there as well. So Abby and Dawn, I will get you guys in there. Let me go ahead and add our newest member because she's getting a reading tonight. So let's see. I'm going to assume your name is Jordan. And it looks like you are May 24th, 1998. 5:55 p.m. Fairfax, Virginia. All right, so I will add you also to my list, Jordan. You'll be up just after Emma. Thanks for joining level 3. And for those of you guys who just want to hang out, watch, you can hang out in the chat. Do consider giving us a thumbs up or sharing the stream. It's super helpful. Well, thanks for stopping by, Megan. Hey, Lady V. We just started. Hey, Miss A. Hey, Jessie. Hey, Sarah. So Dorothy, Abby, Dawn, and I'm going to assume Sarah's on this list. I have gotten you guys. Halfway through the readings, I will take a break and then upload more charts. So you'll see me do that. Sarah, what was your email? Because I don't see a Sarah that came through. Maybe it's still updating. Just let me know. I got Michelle. Thank you. Just make sure that it went through on your end because I'm not seeing you, Sarah. All right, so I'll come back to this list. We're going to start with, we have MK, Coco, Emma, and Jordan. So we'll start with MK. What's going on, MK? MK says, would love to cash in on February's reading. Here's my question. I'm currently working at a metaphysical spiritual shop. I love the job. However, I really cannot get along with my manager. I have found them to be quite condescending and passive aggressive. It hurts more due to the nature of where I work being a place of healing and compassion. Should I leave this job or stick it out despite the power struggle? I'm working there today, so I will have to catch the recording. Thank you so much. So let's take a look. Sorry to hear that. That's a bummer. Hopefully you get to watch the playback. Happy birthday, Gloria. Hey, Carol. Thanks, CD. I appreciate it. Okay, so MK's asking questions about work and what's going on there. Well, you're an Aquarius rising and your sun is in Scorpio and your moon is natally in Virgo. And here is this full moon coming in between your 1st and your 7th house. So I use Placidus housing system. I don't use whole sign. So obviously the full moon that's taking place is happening in an area of your chart where you're having interceptions. So if you notice, you know, all of this is kind of like in no man's land. To me, it kind of looks like, you know, it's definitely going to be a little bit of friction between you and another person, obviously. So the full moon is bringing that up over this next 24 to 48 hours. The full moon's actually going to be around, I think it's like 4 or 5 degrees. Let's look. Yeah, 5 degrees. And so here's the pressure, right? Full moon in the 7th, which is relational. It's ruled by Mercury. Mercury is in the 1st house, conjunct Saturn and the sun. So there's this feeling of being like hurt, not feeling heard, not feeling understood, people not being compassionate, feeling like you're kind of being victimized by the circumstances, dealing with somebody. And this full moon is squaring Pluto in your 10th house of career. Excuse me. So you're having a situation here where basically there's a power struggle, obviously, with somebody at work. Now, Pluto squares feel like something is being removed or being kind of like X'd out. So I'm not saying go into work and Jerry Maguire your way out, but definitely, you know, try to kind of keep the peace if you can, especially because tensions are generally high when we have a full moon. And with the ruler being in its fall conjunct, you know, the sun and also Saturn, it is this feeling of like the financial pressure, right? Because this is your whole sign 2nd house. So it does represent the challenges revolving around quitting said job and the financial implications. Now, usually we have to see if there's a job change, something going on in the 6th house, because this is actually your workspace. And the irony is that the moon rules the 6th house of your office. And so having a full moon seems to indicate that there's like a bit of a standoff that's going on with somebody at work. But when you have a transit hitting your natal moon, that's when you're going to see changes in your workspace. Well, Saturn's still in opposition to your moon, so that can make it difficult relating to other people at work. And over the next 2 years, you're going to see Saturn start building into an opposition with the moon, which makes me feel like eventually, whether it's through the eclipses this fall or, you know, Saturn transits next year, you're going to be kind of bridging into a situation where you're like, I feel like I need to be either working in a new space or I need to be having a different schedule or having some relational issues, especially with women at work. I don't necessarily see a job change right now. I do think that, you know, part of the pressure also is that you have planets that are coming through Aquarius, which is making you more independent and, you know, more kind of like fearless and bringing up a need to kind of break free from things that are limiting, especially because all of this energy is squaring your sun, which can deal with, you know, managers and, you know, people that you're working with, superiors as well. So really, I think it's just a matter of timing. I will say that when you have, for example, in the spring, when Jupiter and Uranus start coming together and they're trining your moon, that you may be considering trying to do some of the work that you're doing more so, you know, either in another location locally, or you're trying to do some of your work like from a distance or remotely. So I don't know what you do for this shop, but if you're working as like a healer or a reader, I could definitely see this as you being like, I'm trying to innovate and do this in a different way, because outer planets hitting your moon will create some job changes. So you're going to start to see that closer to about end of April through about May of 2024, when when Jupiter, which is about work and career, and Uranus, which is your chart ruler, trines your moon, it might start to help you break away from it. So do you mind me asking what you do for this company? Like, do you work more so on the retail side, or are you providing readings? Let me know. If this were me, I really think that work stuff is going to come from some Jupiter-Mars things. So eventually when you start seeing Mars sextiling Jupiter in the spring, and then when you start seeing Mars coming into conjunction with Jupiter, I really feel like it's building into doing something either more independent, or this is like getting a new position. Now I can think of 2 times that are also really strong in this chart where you may see some job change stuff. One is going to be when you have a transit in the 6th. So that may be later in the summer. So you're going to see like the Sun and Mercury and Venus start coming into your 6th house. And that will be making trines to Saturn and also to your 10th house. So this is June of 2024. And then another time is going to be when you have a Mars retrograde here. And that'll be at the end of the year. So you're going to see Mars turn retrograde right around the beginning of December in your 7th house. So it can be relational relationships and stuff, but this can be about work. And it's going to oppose Pluto and it's going to square the Sun. So it's like, you will continue to have, I think, some issues with managers and superiors at work before finally getting to next year. And then the Saturn opposed the Moon transit will kick in and you're like, that's it. No more working for other people, or I need to work more independently. So I'm wondering what you're doing for this company, because it seems like even if you stay there throughout the rest of the year, eventually that Saturn in opposition to the Moon makes me feel like you're trying to do work that's going to be a little bit at a distance and like not feeling as kind of connected with having people that you work with either in an office space or in an actual location. And then 2, you know, you're also going to see in November, there will be a Mercury retrograde in Sag, and it's going to go right over your Venus and right over your Mars. So that also could be like a job change. So really, I think it's just a series of transits that are actually trying to get you out of this. And then I think some people, you know, some astrologers would say, well, you know, Pluto's in Aquarius now. It's moving into your whole sign 1st house. And it's starting to square off with your Sun in Chiron, where it's bringing up wounding issues with superiors as well. And Pluto's only going to get up to about 2 degrees this year. So it's coming in close proximity to your natal Uranus. And this is where your natal Sun square Uranus are actually going to start kicking in, and you're going to realize that you don't like being told what to do. I took a look at your annual perfection, and it looks like let's see, so you're 26 this year. So you're in a Mars Aries year. So you're very much affected by Mars. And it's going to bring up the themes of your natal Mars, which is in the whole sign 11. So it looks like you may be considering working with or for another company. I'd be really cautious just knowing that you have these eclipses that are coming in that's going to be in your 2nd house pretty soon. So it definitely does seem to represent some changes with finances. You'll see this at the beginning of April, where you'll have a solar eclipse in your money house. So it's planting a seed for really focusing on growth and, you know, bringing in more resources and feeling more independent with money. Great eclipse because it's going to trine your Mars and your Venus. So it may give you the forward kind of momentum to be like, you know what, I want to do something more entrepreneurial, or I would like to kind of go my own way. And while that happens, the ruler of the eclipse, which is Mars, is conjunct Saturn in the South Node. So that growth may come from cutting something off or releasing or letting something go. Just be careful because Mercury's retrograde here and it'll go right over your Saturn, which is your chart ruler. So it's about having a plan about how you're going to manage things financially if you decide to kind of move away from this particular business. But that's an eclipse that will, you know, basically be in motion all year. So it'll take until the spring of 2025 for this to kind of like fully unfold. So my advice is have a plan. You know, I think it's a good time with this eclipse to start thinking more out of the box and being like, can I do what I'm doing for myself, or can I do it in another capacity, or can I do it for another company? Because that eclipse is going to give you the forward, you know, momentum to be able to focus more on kind of building more wealth, especially with with Mars and Venus. But in the long term, because I'm thinking like, I'm zooming out a little bit, you know, over the next few years, Pluto square your sun is going to bring up some of these issues with authority, right? And I can see you have a lot of themes with Pluto, Mars, and Venus and Sagittarius where, you know, there's some really intense things that can happen in regards to your career. You can have like a little bit of like a love-hate feeling about who you're working for or where you're working. So knowing that, you know, that's going to kind of get dinged with some Saturn transits and then also with some Pluto transits, I would really ask yourself, you know, is it healthy for you emotionally to be there in the long term, right? Is it a good idea? Technically, your North Node and your moon's in your whole sign 8th house. And so it can talk about some karma revolving around women at work. And, you know, also the fact that there can be some kind of toxic environments that you're in, you know, the moon, some difficulty with people who aren't very understanding that kind of give you a hard time, and maybe they take away from your ability to kind of like feel in control because your moon squares Mars and Venus. So I'm not really getting the idea that there's going to be something that's going to happen now, but I could see the eclipse kind of bringing this in for you where you're like, okay, you know what, I got to make a change. And guess what? For Scorpio suns, you know, the solar eclipse in Aries is going to be about, you know, new work environments. It's going to be about healthier habits. It's going to also be about starting new jobs. So this might be the eclipse that kicks off actually looking for that, right? But I would kind of take it easy over the next, literally like the next 48 hours, because there can be a lot of tension at work. But, you know, having been there, done that in similar situations myself, I understand it can be something that's really agitating, being in an environment that's supposed to be healing and kind of helping and therapeutic, and you have people who kind of like, I always used to laugh. I worked for like a really well-known shop in Los Angeles for a very long time, and I remember experiencing some of the same things, being like, okay, they're running this place kind of like a strip club. Like, you know, I was like, this is not working for me. It's not in alignment. And looking back, it served its purpose. I made a lot of friends there. It was great. And definitely kind of like learning and being in the trenches and like learning how to do readings and working with clients was really, really significant for me in my professional growth. But you get to a point where it's like you're leveling up with the work that you're doing. And if you're focusing so hard to hold that kind of vibration to be able to do that work, and your environment is toxic and it's polluting what you're doing, you will literally get pushed out. And so I think about that with a Pluto transit. Pluto, you know, coming into a square with your sun, that if you're going to be in that kind of environment that you're not getting well with superiors, that it may eventually push you out. So I would use this particular eclipse in early April to set the stage to start looking for something new, because it is supporting becoming more self-sufficient and also being able to have stronger confidence and self-esteem in the job that you're doing and what you're getting paid, really for the better part of the next year. And know that, you know, work can definitely shift gears big time, you know, April, then again, I see in June and July. And then eventually I think that if you were to stay through the end of the year, it's going to get a little tricky. So hopefully that's helpful in giving you some insight in terms of like timing, if and when you would potentially make a job jump. Let's see, who do we have? Hey PB, send me your info. I will pull that up and we'll take a look at it. I'll add you to this. We'll take you after Jordan. Are you using Astro Gold? Yes, I am. It's not built into my streaming. It's something that's called like Screen Brush. I think it's called like Magic Screen Brush. What's up, Deanna? Happy full moon. Okay, we've got Coco and then Emma. All right, so let's look. So we've got Coco here, and I think she popped in earlier. Coco says, February reading, general love and home, looking for when I'm acquiring a new place to looking for housing. Where's my man or man looking to date? And yes, leave the house. All right, let's take a look. So Coco's got Pisces rising. Well, certainly you would think that this full moon is going to be more about like relationships, but it's kind of landing in your 6th house. So not necessarily so much, especially with Mercury kind of being in its fall. Mercury rules relationships for you. So I'm not seeing this being like the one, but definitely the eclipse that you're going to see that's going to come through next month. That's what you're going to want to watch for. So here. So the March 25th, 2024 lunar eclipse in Libra, and it's in your 7th house of relationships, ruled by Venus, and you got Venus conjunct Saturn in Pisces in your 12th. What a good time for doing like love magic, for doing like a ritual bath or like meditations on love. You know, like it's so funny. Like I think you guys have heard me say like a million times, these eclipses are going to be in Aries and Libra, but the rulers will be conjunct Saturn. So Saturn's kind of like stealing the show a little bit in my mind, and it's going to play a huge role in some of the eclipses that we're going to see over the next 2 months. So, you know, it can mean that you are meditating on bringing love in or removing blockages or anything that's keeping you from love. That's kind of how I see it. I also feel like that trine that you're getting between Venus and Saturn in your natal Jupiter is also, you know, bringing in the opportunity for romantic love. But you got to see something really strong going on with your natal Mercury for relationships to come in. And right now, over this next year, you're going to start seeing Saturn squaring your Mercury. So it's going to be like, am I getting out and like making time for people? Am I connecting with people? Am I making the effort? Because squares are going to push you out of your comfort zone, and it's going to be about doing things out in the world. You know, wherever Mercury is where you find people. And Mercury is in the 9th house. So it means that you find them when you're learning, when you're traveling, when they're traveling, or you meet them at airports, or things revolving around education and maybe, you know, long distance relationships. So still another year of starting to see Saturn kind of in a square with Mercury. So it's not going to inhibit you from being in relationships, but I definitely see something brewing where there can be a little bit of a back and forth situation with a home with Jupiter later this year, because Jupiter will square Saturn and then Saturn's going to square Mercury. So really it's going to be about, do I want it? Am I putting myself out there? Right? But certainly, you know, a full moon taking place in your 7th house can bring relationship stuff in around the eclipse. That's, I guess, like fulfillment from the solar eclipse that we had in October of last year. And then that second eclipse is going to be in your 1st house in Aries, ruled by Mars, and Mars is conjunct Saturn. So it's really kind of showing you where there are hidden blockages or things that are keeping you from connecting like with other people. And a lot of it is kind of annoying because it's all in your 12th house. So it's things that you cannot see. It's like things that are being hidden from you. In terms of like the other stuff that you had going on, I think you said some like housing stuff, leaving the house, acquiring a new place. That's going to be more Mercury. So you're also going to want to watch. There's like a Mercury-Saturn conjunction coming up. I'm going to talk about it on Astro Weather this week. But there's a really prominent triple conjunction that's going to be happening like around the 27th, 28th, where Mercury, the Sun, and Saturn are going to conjunct. So it's about envisioning what you want and what you're willing to sacrifice to get where you need to go. So this conjunction's in your 12th house. So like meditating on home, meditating on relationship stuff is important. And it will sextile Jupiter, which means meditate, but sit down and create a list of what you're looking to manifest. Like make a list of relationships or what your home has and like what you're looking to, you know, find in these two situations, and it will grow. You'll likely see more growth in April, May, especially because Jupiter is your traditional ruler. So seeing that sextile to Jupiter means the things that you write out might happen, but this is also in your 2nd house, manifesting cash, you know, the resources, the funds to be able to move, manifesting maybe more travel because it's in your whole sign 3rd house as well. But it's going to take a little bit of time before we get these planets out of Pisces And it's almost like you're coming out of like hiding, and like now you're a little bit more ready to connect with other people. And that's going to be happening for you, you know, down the road later, the second half of March. Jupiter will go in, you know, to Gemini this year. So that's good. It'll pretty much be in your third house. So I would say movement is more so likely, you know, sometime like in mid-May. And then you might be finding that you're getting into a new living situation end of May through about July as planets are conjuncting your natal Jupiter. Another time also is going to be when Mars conjuncts Jupiter. So that'll be in August. So like moving is definitely on the horizon, but as all of these planets come into Gemini, they're going to square Saturn, oppose Mercury, and also your, you know, square your 7th house. So there seems to be a bit of a back and forth that you're doing either with a living situation or a relationship all year long. And eclipses will be coming as well pretty soon. You'll see that as well, you know, in the fall, that are going to start up in Pisces, and then eventually next year is going to be Virgo. So really it's more of being in your cocoon phase until you get out of these eclipses, and then you're going to see more that's going to transpire. But focus on what it is that you're manifesting, because the 12th house is like kind of like when it's hidden, it's getting ready to rise. So as these planets are crossing your ascendant, you're going to start seeing more opportunities for these things to present themselves to you. And it's based off of what you're dreaming about, what you're meditating on, you know, vision boarding, that kind of stuff. And I love that you're going to have all of this Taurus energy that's trining your moon and also, you know, trining your Venus. So it's also going to give you lots of opportunities to grow in relationships to other people, to socialize, you know, to make some of your goals revolving around love and your home possible. Right? Some of those trines. Anyway, I hope that that's helpful in giving you some insight. We've got Jordan. Welcome, Jordan. So I just want to double check, make sure that this is right. Let's see. Okay, so May 24th, 1998, and you're at 5:55 p.m. I would love to know anything about homework or relationship, whatever's going on with this Pluto thing. All right, we can do that. You're welcome, Coco. Wowzers, look at this 7th house. Whatever's going on with this Pluto thing. So, okay, so you're Scorpio rising, your sun is in Gemini, and your moon is in Taurus. So really it's a little bit of everything. If you're wanting to know about Pluto, you know, for a Scorpio rising, Pluto is your modern day ruler. So you want to look at Pluto and you want to look at Mars. But Pluto has moved into Aquarius. It's going to spend basically most of this year in Aquarius. In the fall, you'll see it retrograde back into Capricorn. Technically, it's going to hang out in your 3rd house still. So it may manifest more as changes in your communication, changes in learning. It can be some interesting situations with neighbors or even with siblings. Pluto does represent, you know, that really intense transformative energy. So it kind of feels like a do or die situation. So I'm wondering, like, are you experiencing issues with a vehicle? Is the car breaking down? 3rd house. Are you realizing that there are some challenges in how you're communicating maybe with family members or siblings? You'll hear for whole sign Scorpio rising, you know, Pluto in the 4th house means you're totally transforming something about your inner world, your home or your family. And that can be happening here for sure. It looks like it's been an interesting last couple of years because Pluto's been in a square to Venus and Saturn. So it looks like it's been kind of working through some relationship issues. And obviously in your chart, having Venus conjunct Saturn and having this loaded 7th house, like relationships are a huge theme in your life. You know, Uranus has been dancing on your moon, so it's been bringing lots of like off and on patterns maybe with relationships with women. The moon can be women in the family, but it can also be with romantic partners. And so, you know, Uranus spends about seven years in a sign. So even as it's starting to leave the conjunction with your moon, it's going to go off with a bang. I'd be less worried about Pluto. I'd be more looking at Uranus. You know, Jupiter and Uranus will meet. They're going to come into conjunction in April. And Jupiter represents expansion and growth and good things. It can also be about money and resources. And then Uranus is like shocks and surprises. So this conjunction that's going to happen is kind of indicating that there might be some really big things happening in relationship land, which in turn
could have an impact on like where you're living. And it can mean that you're finally, you know, coming out of some kind of breakthrough with a living situation. You're coming out of some kind of breakthrough with a relationship. You know, likely you're going to see some situations where there can be some tension with relationships. And then right after that, Jupiter is going to hit your Mars. So that is your chart ruler, and that does represent some kind of like merger. It's like somebody's bringing some kind of resources to your life. Like 7th house can also be grandparents. So this can be talking about where, obviously, touch wood, there can be some really significant things happening with grandparents or older relatives in the family. And sometimes a Jupiter transit, as it's going into the 8th house, it does sometimes bring death, but it can also bring inheritance, because Jupiter rules money. So I look at this and I go, okay, something's about to happen where some resources are being brought into your life. And whether that comes through an inheritance situation or your family inherits money, and then suddenly, you know, that opens the door to making some big changes in your home life. Or it could mean that you and your partner, if you have a relationship, are fusing some of your resources together and really focusing on some kind of significant, you know, personal growth, some intimacy growth, learning to trust each other, and like doing something with your money and kind of like evolving your financial situation. Oh, my partner and I have been saving to move for a few years, and this seems to be the year we're actually able to save to move. We both got huge raises. Cool. So, you know, 8th house is other people's money. So it can be banking, it can be loans, it can be inheritance, but it can be your partner's money. So that Jupiter Uranus conjunction is like, hey, we have the funds, you know, to figure out our move, and it might indicate that you guys are talking about moving somewhere else together. But still, you know, Jupiter's going to hit other planets. It's going to hit your Mars and your Sun. Now, this can mean that you guys are like, okay, we want to diversify our assets. We want to do something different with it. You know, usually a Taurus moon has really high standards for like its living, and it wants to have something that's very beautiful and comfortable and luxurious. So you may be kind of talking about what you want and what you're willing to spend on it. And, you know, Jupiter going into the 8th means you guys are going to learn about debt and loans and other things this year, whether that's paying it off or, you know, taking some of that on. So that's possible as well. But Pluto is in conjunction to your Neptune, and that may also be about designing, feeling inspired, what you guys are creating together. Just some food for thought. You know, I think that with Saturn coming into conjunction with Jupiter too, it can be talking about like more serious themes revolving around the relationship and what you guys are actually, you know, doing in regards to like long-term goals. So many transits are hitting all at the same time. I mean, it's like I look at Saturn coming into conjunction with Jupiter. That can be a time where you're really focusing on your own business or some kind of creative endeavor. I'm looking at Jupiter hitting your moon and then your Mars and then your Sun. These can also be pregnancy transits. So you've been forewarned, both because Pluto's entering your whole sign 4th, Saturn's in your 5th, Jupiter's on your moon and on your Sun, unless that's something that you're wanting to do. But you've got a couple of indications here that seem to kind of suggest that that could happen unless you're creating something with your partner, or you're starting a business, or you're learning more about investments. That can be something else that can happen here too. So just some food for thought. I'm not saying be worried about any particular transit, because yeah, okay, Pluto's, you know, in Aquarius, but it's trining your Mars. Like, that's awesome. It's basically saying, yes, we can make changes in our home and our living situation. And like, hey, change can be good. And we can talk about that and what it looks like and how it feels and how we're transforming our resources together. And then also Pluto will come into a trine with your Sun. So even in spite of some of the more difficult transits, I think it's actually quite a very empowering time. And what's the most important thing is how you're communicating with other people and the way that you look at change. That seems to be like the biggest focus in this chart in general. So hopefully that's helpful and giving you a little bit of insight. Fun, exciting times for sure. All right, let's look at PB's stuff. So I gotta scroll back up here and see what this is. 9/10/1963. And that's at 10:27 a.m. Lawrence. All right, so let's look at that. All right, September 10th, 63, 10:27 a.m., Lawrence, Mass. Thoughts on how I have so many similar degrees at 17. What is your opinion and what to be most aware of? What's up, Anya? Anya? Am I saying that correctly? You're welcome, Jordan. What's up, Swats? All right, so she says she's got a lot of 17s in that chart. Let's take a look. So we have got 17 Sun, 17 Saturn, 17 Jupiter. Your moon was almost, but it's technically 18. I mean, what do I think? I think 17 degrees, like, 5 degrees or 29 degrees, tend to be degrees that are kind of sought after because it's a Leo degree. So if you have a 5, a 17, or a 29, especially repetitively, it's going to have this Leo energy to it, which is regal, creative, sexy, fun, very expressive, very dramatic, right? And so since you have all of those placements, I look at, well, what do you have going on in Leo? All right, so I look at Leo here. Well, this is your midheaven ruled by the sun. Sun's at a 17. Your sun is smack dab between Venus, which can be about love and beauty and design, relationships and harmony, and Pluto, which is the ruler of your chart. So, I mean, I could see this as, you being somebody who likes partaking in lavish parties, gatherings, social events, get-togethers. Also, I think the big thing is not just the 17s, but if you notice, you have a yacht in your chart. Saturn sextiles Jupiter, so where there is commitment, responsibility, and groundedness, there can also be expansion, which is lovely. But it makes an exact yacht to your sun. See that? So essentially your sun is very important in this chart because the apex of the yacht represents something that is, it's like the way out, or it's like your lucky star, or something that's like very highlighted. So the fact that the sun is in the 11th house, it's the people that you make friends with. It's your goals. It's the, also potentially relationships of other people that has a big impact on you as well. But usually this is just a very creative energy. And then also your sun squares your moon, which trines that Saturn. So that seems to be the way out. Oftentimes when I see a stellium of planets that's in the 11th house, it's just your goals being so important in your life in this lifetime. And maybe it's about what you're creating with other people, what you're, giving back to the collective. Also younger people, because 17s deal with youth. It also deals with like celebrity energies. It deals with people who are famous. It can be about artists and creativity and like love affairs. So that's another way that I can look at this. But I mean, yeah, it's a pretty sought after degree in my mind. Outside of the 17, the other thing that kind of piques my interest also is that you have a very strong Scorpio signature. So I don't know if you're aware of that, but you're a Scorpio rising. You also have your sun in conjunction to Pluto. That's another Scorpio signature. And then your moon is in the 8th house. So yeah, you're a Virgo through and through. These are some of my favorite Virgos from the mid-60s with the sun, Pluto, Uranus conjunction, because you guys are wild. But also I think you guys get along with a lot of like the Capricorn stellium kids, people from like the late 80s and the early 90s, because we have some similar conjunctions and aspects with like Pluto, Uranus, or Neptune. Anyway, so that to me seems that your life is also marked with huge like themes of change, transformation, learning to let certain things go. Why? So something else can be reborn. So Pluto is death. That's what Pluto 8th house energy is about. So if you have a Sun-Pluto conjunction, it's like, yeah, you've been through it. You've seen some stuff, but you also recognize that when something ends, it's ending because it's giving birth to something new, or it's inspiring for you. It makes you feel, very creative, or maybe you're able to, you know, make lemonade with some of the experiences that you've had, especially with Pluto square your moon and with Sun conjunct Pluto. Like, this is definitely a chart that's been through some trauma, or maybe you feel like you've experienced a lot of that with relationships, or in, you know, relationships to friends. So it's about overcoming that. And so I think the Sun Pluto is so interesting as being the focal point of the yod, and that is just highlighting the lessons of a Scorpio rising chart. That's like, you're going to go through so many significant changes, you know, in this particular lifetime. It's like you feel like you've been reborn probably several times because you keep like shedding your skin. But yeah, the 17s are sought after. I'm curious, what do you mind me asking what you do for work if the Sun rules your 10th house and it's conjunct Venus and Pluto? Like, do you do some, you know, work for a group of people? Do you manage a group of people? Or are you somebody who's in, you know, something that's like revolving around like events or some kind of, you know, bringing awareness to stuff? Mars is in your 12th house too, so you work behind the scenes in some way. Really interesting stuff that you have here. I'm just catching up here. Okay, thank you. Got it. She says, big Scorpio tendencies. Some of us we're not only cool enough to get Neptune and Capricorn too. Mila, yeah, I need both of your guys' information. Oh, you're a dental hygienist. Okay, cool. I know all about that. That was my background, dentistry. But yeah, I mean, I think that for you, you know, with a chart like this, I mean, it makes sense that you want to help other people with like health and hygiene, especially with that Jupiter in the 6th house. But you're also somebody who's like seen a lot of things in terms of your social connections, and also like always there for like friends and like other people. So I love that. Hopefully that's helpful in giving you some insight into some of that stuff. Thank you for sharing your chart with us. And then we've got Emma, who is here. And Emma's March 18th, 76. Let's see, did she pop in here? I think I've got you. Where are you? Hey, Candace, I think, oh, no, I got you, don't worry. Let's see, where's your question? Let's see. Okay, so level 3, keen to understand what this full moon is highlighting for me. I also have Mercury in Pisces, so it's a bit wild. Gotcha. Okay, let's take a look. I don't know, I've been tongue-tied all day. It must be like the weird Mercury Saturn stuff. Like all day I've been doing this, so I apologize for my delay. Okay, so we have got this Virgo full moon, and you're used to having Mercury in Pisces, so you may do a little bit better than most people. Wowzers. Okay, so you've got a full moon that's going to be technically in your 9th house, okay? So the 9th house is about your philosophy, your belief system. It can be about travel. It can be also about learning. It's also like a house that does have connections with like divination and readings as well. So the full moon is actually right on top of your Juno. So it could represent some kind of completion revolving around your philosophy about partnerships and relationships. That's possible here. And it also is ruled by Mercury, and Mercury is right on top of your Venus. Okay, so this is really personal for you. So first of all, the moon rules relationships. Moon in opposition to Venus can have you longing for more relationships and partnerships, and wanting to think about or reflect on, because that's what we do during full moons, what we want in relationships to other people. I really like the fact that Mercury is coming into contact with your Venus. So I think it's supposed to be about really thinking about, what do you want? What are you opening up to? What do you love? And also, you know, the Sun-Saturn conjunction can talk about where you're willing to kind of change the way that you talk about love, or the way that you talk about relationships and partnerships. It's a pretty decent harmony with the rest of your chart. I mean, it's exactly trining your ascendant. So that's opening something up in regards to the relationship with yourself. It's sextiling your moon. So it's harmonious with other people and it doesn't feel as like emotionally kind of destabilizing. It's also sextiling your Mars. Okay, so it's not really making any harsh aspects in your chart other than you've got a full moon in opposition to your Venus. But what does that do? That can bring in other people. That can bring in people who compliment you. That can bring in people who are messaging you, calling you. It may bring in a really interesting or kind of fascinating conversation that you have with like a sibling or a neighbor or somebody where you're talking about your philosophy about relationships. I mean, we just started the Mercury in Pisces transit and I'm already like realizing like how difficult it is. Like I was filming the video earlier today that you guys are going to see on Sunday, and it was so hard even with my notes, because I sit and I do all the notes in advance before I do my videos. Even before filming it, I had it ready to go and I'm like sitting there being like, what am I even saying? Like it was hard for me to find the words. And so I'm realizing it even doing my readings. It's taking me a little bit longer tonight to do it. Mercury coming into conjunction with Saturn for me seems to be less about the seriousness of the conversation and more tapping into what our feelings are telling us. So for you to have this full moon, which is about relationships and relationship theories, in opposition to Venus, it basically is you, I think, opening up and being like, what do I want? And how can I connect with other people? And where can other people kind of enrich my philosophy about relationships? And how is that helpful for me? And I think that, yeah, there's going to be some interesting conversations that are going to come about. It's also trining Jupiter. So it is opening the door for more opportunities for romance, creativity, self-expression, having fun, playtime. So the aspects are really nice in your chart. I wonder with Mercury coming into a conjunction with Venus, if this is also just going to be like quite literal, like, you know, organizing your car, cleaning up your phone, if it's going to be about, you know, you taking time to write a thank you note or, you know, scheduling some health appointments, like things like that can kind of come up too. And Saturn is coming into conjunction with your Mercury pretty soon. So you are Saturn. Mercury does rule over health in your whole sign chart. And it also has connections to traveling and education. So there can be some need to schedule some traveling, some maintenance on a vehicle. There can be trying to organize your schedule so you can kind of connect with another person. So something like that can kind of be coming up with this particular full moon. I think for me, because there's so many planets in opposition to your personal planets, it's a really good time to get other people's perspective and other people's feedback. And asking them what they think or what they believe in, because it's going to give you some kind of insight that's really going to help you kind of open up and learn more about communication. And so much of this Pisces stuff is about leaning into it and feeling it. It's very frustrating for me. It doesn't really make a lot of sense, to be honest with you. But then again, I don't have any mutables in my chart, so I kind of struggle with mutable transits. But yeah, I would say have those conversations and open up the door for people who want to, you know, give you some kind of feedback. And it's definitely going to be with like third house people, you know. Anyway, so I hope that that's helpful in giving you some insight into that. We're calling last call right now. So if you guys get in like the next 20 seconds, we can take you. We have worked through what looks like our level 3 people. Thanks, Danielle. I'll add that. Is there any other level 3 people who have any particular questions? Just want to make sure. I saw Jennifer was in there. Let me know if you wanted to grab anything. I appreciate your guys' patience. There's always a ton of people that are here during the astrology, especially during the full moon. Thanks, Hermes. I got you. Okay, cool. I will add you guys to my list. I appreciate your patience. So I'm going to update my list and then I am going to call out the names of the people that I have. We will break at some point, just so you guys know. So let me put the super chats in here so we can add more charts. So we've got Hermes. Cool. All right, so if you hear your name, I have you. All right, so we have, where's my list? Elizabeth, Danielle, Brandy, Samira, Stephanie, Valerie, Mary, Dorothy. Who else? Abby, Dawn, Michelle, Sarah, Josephine, Jennifer, Jasmine, Amber, and Robin. So readings are now closed. So if you heard your name, you're on the list. Hang out, grab a snack. And you can listen to other people's readings. So we're gonna move on now. Thank you guys for getting in the queue. I appreciate it. Hermes says, so much of the astrology has been hitting me lately. Yeah, I don't know how people with like all these Pisces placements do it. Like I would not be able to function. I have a whole other appreciation for natal Mercury and Pisces. Okay, so let's start with Elizabeth. Let's see. Let me find her. I know I had her here. All right, so I believe Elizabeth says, full moon, I don't have a specific question, just general questions. 2/28/71 in San Francisco at 5:45 p.m. Okay, cool. Virgo rising, sun in Pisces, and we've got moon in Taurus. We have another Mercury in Pisces. Jelly Bean says, thanks for seeing it. I literally don't, I feel like I'm like in a fishbowl. I know that sounds silly, but I'm like, it's hard for me to like form sentences. Okay, so, well, you said you just have general questions. I want to talk all about this full moon. Not just because it's a full moon, but it's right along your ascendant. And it's coming into conjunction with Lilith, which is in opposition to your natal Mercury and Sun. So it's definitely going to be bringing up some stuff revolving around completions for you personally and themes revolving around your freedom, your independence, your self-expression versus that of other people. So it can kind of be feeling like you're getting pulled in two different directions. And this is quite an active full moon for you because it's also going to be squaring your natal Jupiter, Neptune, and squaring your Juno. Like, how do you not have any questions? I don't even know if you're here or not. If you're here, Elizabeth, let me know. But this is pretty wild. This is creating a grand mutable square in your chart. And the faster moving planets is Mercury and the Sun. So I know you're coming into your birthday, so happy birthday. Good time for reading with Mercury on your Sun. But it does make me feel like there is some serious business that's kind of coming up for you in regards to potential relationships. Sun, Saturn, and Mercury are going to conjunct here pretty soon. And that can represent a really significant conversation that you're having with another person about the future of your partnership. Now, it can be romantic, like where are we going? Or it can be a meeting. But it can also mean your relationship with clients, your market space, if you sell something or if you have some kind of services. To me, I would be paying attention to the next 48 hours because it does seem like it's going to be showing you very strongly where, some relationships or partnerships are worth strengthening. Some bonds are worth working on. And then on the flip side, I'm looking at like Neptune in opposition to your Pluto. And I'm like, man, there can be a feeling also of like people globbing onto you, being like, help me, I need you. Can you give me some kind of assistance? Where are you? Maybe it's a little bit different because you have Sun and Mercury in the 7th house. And so there can be this feeling of having some questions or confusion revolving around the future with another person. But usually when you have your chart ruler, which is Mercury in the 7th, conjunct your Sun, it's like, there is a fixation on relationships. You want to be with other people. But other people sometimes can leave you hanging. And, you think they're leading you in the direction, whether it's a counselor, a therapist, a reader, or whatever. And you're like, okay, where are you taking me? And then you realize like, oh, they're taking you. I don't know where we're going. What are we doing? You know what I'm saying? Like you're feeling like you want to be led, but then you're realizing they don't know where they're going. So with the transits that are kind of going on right now, not just because of the full moon's bringing it up, But Mercury, Saturn, and the Sun, there can be this feeling of you needing to look at somebody and being like, yo, you need to do your stuff. This is not my stuff to worry about, you know, because you can kind of feel like people are kind of weighing you down because Saturn's coming into conjunction with your Sun right now. Thankfully, it's going to leave. It's been in conjunction probably this whole last year. So could have also materialized as recognizing that certain people have to leave your life in order to make space for the relationships that are meant to kind of stick. Saturn does do that sometimes. On the flip side, you know, some other things that are kind of going on is you're also going to be experiencing a Jupiter transit here pretty soon. So where Saturn can kind of remove or limit something, it's very possible for, you know, Jupiter to bring something in. So I could see some kind of like letting something go or cutting something or someone off because someone new is about to emerge. So obviously in the spring going into the summer, you know, Jupiter going into your 10th house is great for career. But it may also materialize with Jupiter hitting your Juno as like a significant partnership transit. That's going to be in June. Jupiter and Juno, they were married. So I don't know if this is a new business partnership, a new romantic partnership, but it really kind of feels to me like the next month or so, there's like a lot of like trimming the fat and possibly letting some things go, some people go or some clients go. Because you're recognizing that something new is about to emerge in regards to your career, your status, some kind of partnership thing. So that seems to be very prominent. And I love that you have Lilith conjunct your ascendant in opposition to Sun and Mercury. It means that you're not going to want to put out or tame that sense of being a little wild just because other people, you know, want relationship or want partnership, right? You can do it, but you're like, no, I'm not going to kind of put that out. And so you may feel as this full moon comes in that you're kind of feeling like those witchy vibes. You're feeling yourself, and it can definitely attract people and bring people in as well, right? Hopefully that gives you some insight, Elizabeth. You have to let us know how that full moon goes. It looks like it's gonna be a doozy. All right, so we have Danielle, and then we will have Brandy. All right, so let me just catch up here. Well, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Crazy day in hospitality with this moon. That's the most sold coffee, hazelnut. It's the best. All right, so, all right, let's take a look. So we've got Danielle here. Danielle G, May the 1st, 81. She's a Cancer rising, Sun in Taurus, and her moon is in Aries. She says, recently diagnosed with a health issue and I'm requiring surgery this Monday. I hope the prognosis will be good. Curious on my natal and current chart outlooks. I'm always curious about incoming love, but health has taken over now. Thank you. I loved your get ready with me. Thanks. If you guys didn't already see that, I did a get ready with me video where I spent 2 hours answering your questions about me and my private life while I put my makeup on, and it's kind of funny. So if you guys are interested in that, you can watch it. All right, so she's asking about Monday. So we're Sunday, Monday. All right, so on Monday, you're getting surgery. First of all, we wish you good health and hopefully things go well. Let's see. So Saturn rules surgery for you, and you've got a bunch of planets in your 8th house, and you're going to have Mercury, Saturn, and the Sun coming into conjunction. So I will definitely say it seems like you've definitely got either a good hospital or a good doctor or a good place for you to be, you know, recovering. Like, even if it's something minor, that conjunction makes me feel good about the health that, you know, the help that you're getting or who's overseeing it, because it's trining your ascendant. And it's also starting to sextile Jupiter. So that in itself is pretty fortuitous. Now you're getting something done while the moon is going to be in Virgo. And it looks like the moon is going to be in a trine to Jupiter and Uranus. So you have support from other people. Health in general is going to be your 6th house, which is ruled by Jupiter. And thank God, Jupiter is hovering around your Sun. So the fact that your health lord is right on top of your sun, I think like I mean, that's a once in a 12-year transit. Even with retrograde, you only see it very briefly over the period of like a week or two. So that does seem to indicate, good health. I think that probably what's going on is that you're starting to feel the incoming eclipse, because we have eclipses at the end of March. And so once we kind of get within a month out, we start feeling it. So there's an eclipse coming that's going to be actually on your Jupiter-Saturn midpoint. Jupiter rules your health, Saturn rules surgery. This is a really great technique for those of you guys who are learning astrology. You can't just look at transits in the sky and say, oh, this will happen on this day, because that's not really how it works. You have to, number one, look at the eclipses. There's usually, 4 eclipses a year. They happen 6 months apart. Sometimes we get lucky and we have an extra one. But when we're about 4 to 6 weeks out from eclipses, if you can see that an eclipse is going to be hitting a natal planet, it's so important. So this is one of those situations. So we're literally a month out, literally 1 month from the eclipse that she will have on March 25th, 2024. And it's right on top of her Jupiter and her Saturn. We call this the midpoint. Okay, well, I mean, I guess technically, is that 13 or 3? Maybe that's 3. But it's still in conjunction to the 2. So Jupiter rules health. The moon is her body, okay? And it's right on top of Saturn. So watch. Is she watching right now? I don't know if you're watching or not, Danielle, but if you are, I'd love to hear your feedback. Are you anticipating that you're going to have a woman come and stay and help take care of you, like post-op? Like, is your mom coming or your sister coming? Is there anything like that? Are you staying at their house? Are they staying at your house to help take care of you? Or is it a romantic partner that's taking care of you? Because the moon is you and Saturn is a partner. 4th house is home and family. So you're either having somebody who's going to be doing that, whether it's a parent or a partner, and that seems to be very significant. In particular, Jupiter can deal with the thighs or the legs or the hips. Also Libra placement is prone to having lower back issues. So there can be issues with the back. Saturn can be the skin. I'm not going to say what it is. I don't know. That's your business. Okay. Yeah. She says, yes, my mom. And also all of this is 6th house away from Taurus, which is health. So it's not just the Libra rising. You wouldn't see this in the Libra rising horoscope. Excuse me, the Cancer rising horoscope. You'd see this in the Taurus sun horoscope. So when you hear, oh, Taurus, you're going to be having some health stuff and you're having to heal and somebody's helping you, it's actually coming through your sun horoscope, right? Anyway, so you have to look at eclipses. Eclipses are very telling. And oh, by the way, the eclipse is in opposition to your moon, which is in Aries, where usually you want to be in charge because you're the moon. But you have a mom that's like, no, I'm taking over. And so this is the eclipse in opposition to your moon. Aries is self. 4th house is home and family. She's helping take care of you. So it's quite literal. One thing that I would say is that there's 2 other times that really kind of pique my interest this year. One is you're going to see at the end of November going into December, you're going to have a Mercury retrograde in your 6th house, which will indicate, okay, there's some health stuff I need to be mindful of, or upkeep with my health. And then 2, you're also going to see that the South Node is going to hit your Jupiter. So I would be watching your health this year, basically. That's my 2 cents. And that will be, the South Node is going to hit your Saturn, and then it's going to hit your Jupiter. And, probably what this is bringing in, it's clearing karmic relationship stuff, but you have an exalted Saturn, and it's conjunct Jupiter, so that's pretty sweet. So if you have felt like, oh, I have difficulties with relationships, that's going to clear. Or, oh, I don't always feel like my mom understands me or she gets me, because you do have Saturn in the 4th opposed to the moon. Or mom has prioritized other things over me. The South Node coming through there is now kind of reaching out and getting all the yummy karma between you and a family member and showing you, okay, no, actually they are there for you. And it's like helping kind of clear those blockages, right? In a feeling like that you're not lovable, or that, family members don't care. You're going to actually see through the South Node transit, they're going to be like, hey, we're here to help you. What do you need? So you're cashing in on some good karma, Jupiter. So that's really interesting, especially because Jupiter rules your 6th. You know, you're definitely gonna have family members or partners who are gonna come in and help you when you're dealing with some health stuff. So sending you lots of good healing vibes. Pay attention to the eclipse at the end of March, because you're still healing. You know, you're still healing. So take it easy. Obviously, surgery can be really challenging on the body, but we're sending you lots of good thoughts as you go through some of these health changes. Hopefully that's helpful. I've got Brandy, and then we're going to do Samira, and then we've got Stephanie. All right, let's pull up Brandy. All right, Brandy, so I've got you here, Cancer rising, Sun in Aquarius, and your moon is in Gemini. So Brandy says, I'm a travel nurse. My contract ends on 3/30 with the eclipse and Mercury retrograde coming into my career home area. I want to know if there's if it's optimal to renew my contract at the current hospital location, or if I should take another nursing contract. I do want my own wellness meditation yoga practice at some point, and now I'm a part of a yoga meditation community, but I haven't started the business yet. All right. Well, my eyes get really big looking at your chart right now. Because you got some stuff going on. So for starters, work. Okay, let's just focus on work right now. Yes, you have an eclipse coming in your 10th house of career, right? That's going to be at the beginning of April. So let's look at that. So there we go. Okay, so this will be a solar eclipse in Aries, which means it's planting a seed for new opportunities. And it's also going to be during a Mercury retrograde. So it means some information is coming through that you're going to become aware of. 10th house deals with bosses, superiors, things like that. But Aries is entrepreneurial. It's a self-starter. So I definitely look at this and I go, yeah, you're going to be saying to yourself, I want to start my business. I think the sun represents what you're doing, and then Mercury can represent some idea that's coming up for you. And you're like, when am I doing this? How am I doing this? I'm not going to say it's a problem, but both of the eclipses are going to feature a conjunction to Saturn in the 9th, which can on one hand mean you're getting more contracts that allow you to travel, or on the other hand, it means that you're needing to get some kind of like education or certification or training, or you're going through something, or you have to focus more on advertising and like teaching other people. So if you want to do more of like a health and wellness or like yoga, profession, have you already gone through some kind of teacher training? Is that something you still want to do? Or are you saying, I just want to own the space and then bring in teachers and facilitators? That's the question. This is an eclipse where, and like I was like doing the horoscopes this month, and I was like, oh my God, April is like such a pivotal month for everybody. April is going to be a month where we're going to have the eclipse and then we're going to have the retrograde. And people are going to have to stop and ask themselves, what am I actually doing right now? Because Aries means right now. We're not waiting. We're doing it right now. And obviously with the retrograde, it's time to turn inward and ask ourselves, well, what do we want? What do we need to change? I don't think there's going to be an issue in getting a contract. I think you're going to get a contract and you're going to be like, if I take this, I'm going to be traveling a lot. And is that actually keeping me from potentially like really being able to like do the damn thing? Okay, so, I feel like this eclipse is saying if the goal is in the long term to make this your profession, then with Saturn in conjunction to Mars, it means that you're like, I might have to rearrange work or, change something about my working schedule so I can facilitate taking this course or doing this training, Mars, Saturn, and meeting with other people. And it may in turn also materialize as being like, yeah, I may potentially have to cut back on traveling, or I may not travel as much, or I take a period of time off so I can go and do this training. It's about what you're starting. Next year, you're going to have Pluto still on your sun, which is really amazing for getting into like transformative type healing work. You're going to have Pluto hitting your Venus, which means there's going to be big changes going on also maybe with your living situation. And you're going to have Saturn and Neptune enter into Aries, which is going to be your whole sign 10th house. Like your whole career is going to change next year. It's going to change big time. So preemptively knowing that you have something set in motion that's like, yes, do the training this year, make the time in your schedule. You have to kind of cut back on traveling to do that. But it's in preparation for next year. So here's what's cool. You're going to have Jupiter and Uranus go into your 11th house where you're meeting all kinds of unconventional, new kind of wellness, health people, herbalists. You'll meet people who are into aromatherapy and like all kinds of other stuff. And you'll develop a community. And then what you're going to see is next year, Jupiter will come into conjunction with your moon, which is your chart ruler, which means maybe you start doing some retreat work next year. Maybe you get a job working in a hospital and it's more consistent hours so you can build your business. And then you're going to have Jupiter go into Cancer and you're going to have these major retrogrades. I think your career is going to be like really, really, really different next year. So I would say take the opportunity this year to do the training. That's my advice. And start, continuing to build community so you get to the point where once you have the training down and you've met the people, then you can kind of go and build it. Does that make sense? But holy cow, how is Pluto on your sun and Venus right now? How are you feeling with that? Such big, big, big changes, huge transformations going on for you. And I think you're making changes in your relationships to other people and also maybe your relationship to money. And it's not just Pluto on your sun and your Venus, which is significant. It's still on your descendant, so it's changing relationships in general. And then Pluto's going to come into the square with the nodes. So it's like, dude, the next couple of years is like on like Donkey Kong. Like all of your relationships with other people have to change in a very significant way. And really significant people are going to come into your life with Pluto square the nodes in your 7th house that are going to help you achieve your goal of the North Node in the 10th, which is work and career. And you have Venus is the ruler conjunct your sun. So honestly, I'm not going to say you have to do this, but building a business with a friend would be wonderful. I also think that taking on a business partner might be a really good idea also, or like a backer or an investor, because this is in your whole sign 8th house, somebody who can kind of like finance it or help finance it while you build it. Yeah, I know what that's like. I have Pluto conjunct my sun natally. But I mean, Pluto transits do bring crisis, but they bring a breakthrough. And so really for you, it's that what you're realizing is what's so valuable is having community, right? You're going to be like, this is the most amazing thing ever, is having community. Like that's what you're really going to see as your treasure. And so what you're going to realize is that you have to go and build or create this. And I would say like Aquarius is community. You don't have to do it by yourself. You can do it with other people. And I think that you're going to go and connect and meet those other people this year. And then next year, it'll become a little bit easier to do, right? But yeah, holy cow. I definitely recommend if you can swing taking some time off to do the training, you're going to be better prepared come, the beginning of next year to really start doing those things. Big changes for you, Brandy. I'm excited to see what happens. Please keep us updated. All right, so we've got Samira. Let's see, do I have her in here? I know I do. And then after Samira, we will have Stephanie. And then Valerie. All right, so we've got Samira here. She is a Aquarius sun, Taurus rising, moon in Scorpio. You're going through some of the same Pluto transits. And she says, can I please get more insight regarding my living situation? I recently moved back home and I'm thinking about relocating. Well, hello, Uranus, oppose your moon. That's where this is coming from. So a couple things. Your fourth house is ruled by the moon in Placidus terms. And if you want to go whole sign, the sun rules your fourth house. So any which way, you're getting it. You're getting it both ways. On one hand, Uranus over the next year is opposing your moon, which means you're feeling like you need to break free from a home or a living situation and maybe having relational issues with women in the home or drama or something involving issues over finances or money. And then two, you also have, recently Mars and Venus and Pluto have been on your sun, which is your whole sign 5th house ruler. So it does bring some kind of drama in regards to your home. And like, honestly, I'm going to say it right now, you're kind of a boss. I look at like this 10th house stellium where it's like you are super mature, responsible. You don't like being told what to do, but for good reason, because you can manage things, right? So what's happening right now, is that you've got Pluto coming into conjunction with your sun. It's going to be there all year. And that's really transforming something about your relationship with family, particularly solar figures now. So then we've got brothers and father figures and grandfathers, and it can feel like a very critical moment, obviously, not just for you, because the sun is very personal, but also for your career, for your finances, because your sun is at a 2 as well. So usually when Pluto transits the 4th house lord, I'm like, yo, your house is going to, your living situation is going to change, and something needs to change because it feels, usually kind of painful. And then also when I see Uranus in opposition to somebody's moon, I'm like, look, you may have some home changes, and you have both at the same time. So do I see that happening for you? Yeah, I do. I think that there is a way to make lemonade though, because, your moon is in the 7th house. So it does seem to indicate through the Saturn trine this year that there can be support from friends or other people who are like, hey, you can move in with me. I've got an extra room. Or maybe you find friends that are wanting to get a place. It can also materialize as just having more support in regards to your home. And Saturn won't quite go into your 12th house yet, so you're going to have a little bit of time there. So when could I see home changes happening? Well, you're going to start to see Venus and Mars square your moon. That'll definitely bring it up, and also square Uranus. So I would say from the beginning of March all the way until about mid-March, that's like cue the fire. there's something going on there where Mars is going to be squaring, and you're going to be like, I think I've had enough. Then I can think about the eclipse that you're going to have at the beginning of April, and that's going to be in your 12th house, where you feel like you just need some alone time to be by yourself, and it's conjunct Saturn. So you're going to be feeling like, okay, I need my own space. I need to get out of here. And that eclipse is going to have a Mars-Saturn conjunction trine your moon. So you may have a friend that says, hey, you want to come visit, you want to come stay, or maybe you're considering moving for that reason. And then finally, you're going to have Uranus oppose your moon with Jupiter, by the way. So this is going to be in May. And then we're going to see Mars opposed. So I would say like May seems to be a month where things are kind of like anything goes. Like you may, move or visit somewhere and then decide where you want to land. At this point, Pluto is off of your sun. And Saturn is coming into a trine with your moon. So May, June seems to be when things kind of stabilize. Now still, when planets go through your 3rd house, you could travel or you could move. That's going to be in July. And I would watch when Mars and Uranus oppose your moon as well. I wonder, even though this is like a really kind of like, it's an intense energy because Mars wants to do something more independent, or it wants to, kind of like move very quickly, and Uranus is sudden. It could be a time where somebody's trying to get you to move in with them in July, Mars, Uranus, because it's in your 1st in opposition to your moon. And then you're going to have a Mercury retrograde in your 5th house. So I wonder if you're going back and forth with a romantic partner in August and somebody's like, move in with me. And you're like, no, or you're like, I still need my time. Really, I think at the end of the day, because Pluto is the slowest moving planet, because Pluto's going to be on your sun and you're going to be dealing with power struggles with men or issues in regards to making changes with your home or your family life, you may be resistant to living with men. And what this is really trying to do is it's trying to wake you up, and it's trying to get you to be willing to make big changes in your professional life, your reputation, or your career, So you don't have to feel like you're living with other people and you're kind of under their thumb and they're telling you what to do and, you know, how to live your life. Pluto will create so much tension in regards to relationships with certain, I think, family members or men, to a point where you're going to go, okay, something's got to change. And Pluto will be here for a couple of years. At the same time, you know, the North Node is on your Saturn, and it can represent picking up and like moving to another city or another country and being alone. So you may feel like that is the solution as well. Eventually, by the time that you get to like next year, when Saturn is trining your moon and Pluto is coming off of your sun, you will have a more stable living situation, and things I do predict will get easier. This is going to be like March on of 2025. So this year seems a little like, okay, I might move. I'm playing it, you know, I'm at a whatever I need to until things stabilize kind of move. But yeah, I think by the time you get to the spring next year, when you've got some trines to your moon, things will get better. And I guess I should also note the Mars retrograde, because in December, you'll have Mars going back and forth again. And to me, this looks like you may move, or you may leave a living situation because of a new job opportunity. So keep that in the back of your mind. This year seems like there needs to be some flexibility. Like, I'm not going to say don't sign a lease, but I think that I would keep an open mind with where you live or how long you stay somewhere, knowing that this is the year where you're really focusing more on yourself and your own goals, making it possible for you to have more stability in 2025. Hopefully that's helpful for you. So I've got Stephanie, who else? And then I have Eric, and then I have Matthew. Thank you guys for your patience. I appreciate it. Let's pull up Stephanie. All right, so Stephanie says, the Uranus-Jupiter conjunction will take place directly on my Venus. Can you please tell me how this will play out for me? Well, hopefully you win the lottery. We shall see. Well, that's kind of a big deal. That's a really big deal. So let's look at this. So first of all, Uranus is your modern day chart ruler. Okay, so Uranus is about unconventional, forward thinking, out of the box, unusual type of stuff. Uranus isn't happy in the sign of Taurus, by the way, because Taurus wants to be stable. It doesn't want to be moving around like crazy. So traditionally, when Uranus is in the 4th house, it does mean freedom or liberation from home, past, or living situation, right? So is it possible that it results in a move? Maybe. Sure. Yeah, that can happen. It is at a 21, which is kind of a Saggy degree, so it deals with growth, or it deals with some kind of like sudden, you know, exponential, you know, kind of like situation that can be very fortuitous and very abundant, because Venus is a positive planet. So is Jupiter. So just the Uranus-Venus stuff, you know, it's like a secret in the family might come out, maybe. It can mean unexpectedly, out of the blue, you know, you change something about your decoration or your decor in the home, because Venus in the 4th means your style at home. It means your relationships with relatives, particularly females. It can also represent getting into gardening, or getting into, you know, like cooking or painting. And like suddenly there's like this new kind of like hobby or something that you're doing at home. Venus rules the 9th house of long distance relationships. It also can deal with like in-laws or extended family, like, you know, step parents or like other kind of connected family. And Venus is at home in the 4th house. So, you know, Uranus has already been on your Venus. So I would say, like, what's been going on already? What have you experienced already? Have you been having socializing parties and get-togethers and inviting people over? That's a good way of a Uranus-Venus in the 4th. And then on the flip side, you know, Jupiter is probably the great benefic next to Venus. Jupiter rules your 2nd house of money and possessions, and it also rules your 11th house of friends. So like, honestly, to me, this does not seem like a bad transit. I have Venus conjunct Uranus in the 4th house. So I'll tell you when Jupiter went through there. I had a bunch of parties at my house. Actually, it's in Capricorn, but I had a bunch of parties at my house. A bunch of people came over, and everybody who came over that time period when I had Jupiter sweep over that, everybody who came to my house brought me things. They brought me flowers, they brought me gifts, they brought me candles, they brought me food, Venus things. Especially in Taurus, it's Venus things. So I think with a chart like this, if you're in a situation where you like where you're living, then you may upgrade, something about your entertaining spaces. Maybe you plant a garden, maybe you start, bringing in paintings and other things and making it more Venusian. And Taurus is definitely, things that are going to be about like beautiful, structures. Like I wonder, like, do you get into working with clay? Do you get into, bringing in like traditional art or like sculptures and stuff? That could be another thing. So unusual art preference and style. And then, things that you're purchasing for the home, because Jupiter represents that. Now, this could also mean somebody in the family comes into some money, out of the blue. And there's this news that, oh, so-and-so got, money. And then they're like spreading the wealth with you because you're Uranus. So somehow it positively impacts you. I would watch not just the conjunction, but this will get reactivated when the Sun and Venus come through there. So then the sweetness gets really good, like right around mid-May. On the flip side, the 4th house is where you're born. Okay, this is your hometown. So if you don't currently live there, Jupiter and Uranus might be some political, revolution that's taking place in South Africa. And suddenly there is this huge kind of financial boom or some, really significant shift in regards to resources, or, they find like a mass amount of some kind of like material and it ends up being like very valuable. Homeland prices might increase as well. That might be something else that you see. The downside can be things like decorating your house because you go through this phase of what you like and then you realize that you don't like it down the road, or it was like very trendy in the moment. There can be lots of family secrets that can come out, like, finding out that a sister or, a sibling or an aunt or an uncle is like divorcing, or there's some kind of like, there's some kind of secret that gets out basically in the family about some kind of like, major change. But to me, it's a big one, not just because it's exact, that conjunction, but it's squaring your ascendant or your descendant. So I think it's probably trying to kind of liberate you from your home or living situation. It may prompt, because Venus rules your moon, connecting with a partner in a foreign land or meeting people from other places who then come maybe to visit, or maybe you're traveling to see them. That's the other way that it can kind of materialize. But the day of the conjunction, I've talked about this and I'm making a video on it right now. But the day of the conjunction, when this happens, Venus is the dispositor, okay? And Venus is hitting the same degree as the eclipse that we're going to have in early April. And Venus is smack dab between a Mercury retrograde and Chiron. Not a good place for Venus to be. So to me, I would say it's probably going to be some static with like a sister. If you don't have one, then it could potentially be with like an aunt, or that you could have an issue with a neighbor. I would be really paying attention because it also can mean that you get like a text message or a phone call or something from somebody out of the blue unexpectedly you don't see coming. Hold on, I'm seeing your, let's see. Yes, I have Mary, don't worry. Don't worry guys, I'll give you an updated list, but I have everybody. Okay, thanks Valerie, you're up next. Yes, a secret or a piece of a puzzle is revealed. Yeah, something like that's going to happen. But for the most part, for me, when I had that transit, it wasn't a bad transit. I stayed in my house, like, yeah, I changed something about the design and I ended up not liking it. Whatever, not the end of the world. But I had a bunch of parties and people brought stuff. So if this were me, if you have your own space, this would be a really wonderful time to like add some updated decor outside, to have like a garden, to be inviting people over, having parties, things like that. But I have a feeling this Venus is rather unhappy, and it's going to bring some kind of an issue or some kind of a squabble, I think, with family over like a money issue, because Mars is involved, right? Or there could be some dramatic increase in rent. Okay, maybe that can happen. That's possible as well. But there's a lot of moving parts here, and it's not just going to be that one conjunction, because when the sun hits it, when Venus hits it, when Mercury hits it, when Mars hits it, that same degree, you're going to see more going down. So you want to watch the sun hitting 21 around May 11th. I think that's going to shine a light on the situation. You want to look at your Venus return, because your Venus return is going to be conjunct Uranus. So that means you still have another year of this going on, although Venus, Uranus, Jupiter, and the sun are all in conjunction. And oh, by the way, you have Venus opposed Pluto. So it's not just Venus, it's not the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction. Pluto is very powerful in the 10th house in its domicile. And Venus is in the 4th house, also in its domicile. So really what it's talking about is this push and pull that you have between wanting to focus on home and pleasure and family versus the expectation of, career and focus going on with your status. So what if Jupiter and Uranus hitting your Venus means that suddenly there's some big breakthrough that you have, some realization that you have where you're like, I need to free myself of this living situation or this family situation to allow myself to do more of, my focus on my career. Also, your nodes are in the same houses, by the way. Probably Jupiter's going to hit your south node and you're going to be like, I'm out of here, I'm leaving. So I would say don't get too comfortable. Venus, Uranus never is too comfortable. Ever. But your love life should kind of stabilize a little bit. And even look at your Saturn-Mars opposition. So something about your Saturn return makes me feel like you were supposed to separate with a person anyway. And I don't know if it was a partner or a relationship. But I think that you're going to have some kind of opportunity to like release yourself of either a home or a family situation. And then you're going to have more freedom. And then Jupiter's going to hit your south node. So it means that if your home does expand, or if you find out somebody's having a baby in the family, or you're able to move into a bigger place, it's a positive change. But right when Jupiter's hitting your south node, Mars hits your Venus. And I feel like maybe there's like a job opportunity that comes that allows you to move to another city or something. Maybe there's a relationship that comes into your life and then all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, are we doing life together? Like, what's going on? And it's, I think, the fruit of coming out of your Saturn return. That's my 2 cents. And then P.S., go and look at this eclipse conjuncture Jupiter, because that's big too. That's also indicating money is coming in. Jupiter eclipse in your 8th house, something's coming. Some kind of abundance is coming in that's going to dramatically, I think, positively affect your home, your family, your living situation. Please let us know. Come back. I want to hear about it. I'm invested. I'm curious. So let's see. So we've got Eric, and then Matthew, Mary, and Dorothy. You guys are on deck. All right. So I did get the updated information December 5th, 1983 at 11:40 a.m. And let's see. What did Valerie say? Sister Valerie will be doing the question period for him as he is working. His whole life is in shambles. Wife left, lost his home and his family. I was the head of the household. Now I barely see my kids. My grandson won't know me. I'm very depressed and cry all the time. When will things turn around for me? Will I have another family? So is this coming specifically from him? I just want to understand. Oh, December 24th. Okay, thank you. For some reason I thought 1983 is right though, right? I just want to double check. So you're the sister asking the questions. This is about your brother. And I'm going to assume Valerie's grandma. I'm just trying to put it all together because they're talking about grandkids. Somebody's talking about their son. I just want to make sure I have this correct. Okay, so if this is the case, we have a Pisces rising, sun in Capricorn, and then the moon is in Virgo. Yes and yes from him. Okay, got it. All right. Well, first of all, I'm sorry to hear you're going through it. Sounds like it's a lot right now. Well, he's got full moon happening, and the moon's coming into conjunction with his natal moon. So this full moon's right on his natal moon. Right there. Okay? So basically, yeah, he's working. Moon's in the 6th house. He's got to be at work. But the opposition that's taking place, the ruler of the moon, is Mercury in the 12th. And the sun and Saturn. Like mentally, emotionally, you know, like he really probably should not be at work right now. But I understand you got to do what you got to do. As these planets are kind of coming through his 12th house and they're getting ready to hit his ascendant, it's going to be about becoming very aware of Pisces things. His emotions, his body, his mental health, his physical health, and also Saturn is here. So really what he's coming into is a Saturn transit. Fortunately, unfortunately, he's got an 18-degree rising, so that's a Virgo rising. One thing I'll tell you that you want to be very careful of is, you know, the stress that's going on in his life and his body. Like, I understand a lot's changing, but like, you know, 18 degrees deals with health, okay? Always. It's a Virgo degree. So when you put Saturn, which rules his mental health or his subconscious and his goals, on his ascendant at 18 degrees, over this next year, Saturn will go back and forth over his ascendant. So first things first is like really paying attention to what's going on with him. Does he need support? You know, does he need a therapist? It's a really good time to make sure you're not drinking or drugging. You do not want to screw around with this degree with Saturn. Just trust me on this. And Neptune being there. Pisces is about being by yourself. I'm not saying you have to be by yourself while you go through this transit, but Saturn sometimes will remove things so you are experiencing that feeling of being alone. And he also happens to have his north node at 15 of Gemini and his south node at 15 of Sagittarius. So it's not just Saturn hitting the ascendant, which in its own right is a very significant time because you're independent, right? You're by yourself. But Saturn crossing the ascendant is like, what am I going to be setting the stage for? What do I need? What are my goals for like the next 30 years? And then Saturn will square the north and the south node. So it does represent, okay, who am I outside of work responsibility or being a husband, being a dad? Who am I outside of those things? I'm not saying that those aren't important, but it's about kind of figuring out his identity. And then Saturn will also square the north node in the 4th house. And also, where do I live? Where is my home? What's going on with my family? That kind of stuff, right? And in the background, you know, the next couple of years, you know, Saturn and Neptune will be squaring his sun. I mean, like, there's some very big things happening right now. This is only like the tip of the iceberg. So when I think about what you were saying, where, you know, his wife left him, he lost his home and his family, what's next? You know, I understand you were at the head of the household. At the very least, you have a job. And I'm sorry to hear that, you know, you're experiencing depression. That's terrible. Obviously, I can't say that I'm surprised because Saturn is so close to your ascendant and so is Neptune. That really what this is about is kind of reflecting on this and going like, okay, you know, now what? What do I rebuild? Especially with these eclipses. So let's look at the eclipses because they're very much tied to your chart. So you have this lunar eclipse in Libra, which is inherently emotional. That's what it's about. In your 7th house. So clearing of relationships. By the way, October of last year, you had a solar eclipse on your Mars anyway. And you have Mars in your 7th, Pluto in the 7th. Not necessarily the best for long-term committed relationships, in my opinion. It's not. That may indicate that there was going to be a break in a relationship anyway. And your Placidus ruler of the 7th is retrograde. So, you know, there's a couple indications that there was going to be some changes on the relationship department anyway, but stay with me. So you had the eclipse last year, which was planting a seed of having issues with cutting ties with a relationship or a partner leaving. You also have Uranus in opposition to Venus, which is creating a lot of instability with finances and also with your relationship. That's also waning. It's kind of fading now. And then the final piece, I think, is now Pluto square Pluto. And so you've got Pluto in the house of relationships, and Pluto is, you know, in Aquarius. So it means that you've got friends or groups of people who are kind of rallying around you being like, okay, you know, it's time to kind of clean some stuff up here. Pluto square Pluto will like literally clean your clock. Like if you are unwilling to kill off something or let something go, this will do it. And it looks like that's what happened. And it has happened primarily because of, I think, some financial issues, because it's in financial signs. Taurus, Scorpio, and Aquarius. Now, you should have some friends that probably really don't like your partner, or they're really kind of like, okay, you can't let her like ruin you, or like whatever. I'm not saying it's her, but you'll hear that because Pluto's in the 11th house right now. The truth is, you know, with a Saturn transit, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I also feel very strongly that, you know, part of your path to being in a healthy relationship is about being in harmony and being committed to yourself, right? And that can be hard because once you're in a marriage or you have kids, like it's a very selfless thing because you have to consider other people. But, you know, you have Juno in your first house, and it does mean that you have to be committed to being in a really good relationship with yourself before you can be with other people. I would say with having, you know, South Node eclipses in your 7th house, I mean, relationship stuff is still getting cleared out for some time. Even this next eclipse that you're going to have on April 8th, this is a solar eclipse in the 1st house, does branch into your whole sign 2nd. So it can be money stuff. This is like, well, how am I rebuilding myself? And this opposes Mars. So it means now the next phase is going to be in April, you know, focusing on kind of healing the self, rebuilding things. Mercury will retrograde. And I think this is about getting the necessary support that you need from family, you know, having somebody that you can talk to, working through, you know, maybe even with therapy. You know, I would really recommend that, I think, to anybody, astrology aside. But I look at Saturn going through your ascendant, trining Saturn and Venus. It means that there is a need to clear out the old, to heal the wounds, to rebuild the self. And I definitely think with the sextile to Jupiter and Uranus, you know, talk therapy can be like really helpful. The truth is that, you know, I really feel like some of the worst relationship, quote unquote, issues and money issues have already happened. You know, with Saturn on your ascendant, it's like now you can kind of like start over, you know, now that you're at ground zero. I hate to say that, but it's like literally you're rebuilding everything from the ground up. And as Saturn squares the North Node and the South Node for this next year, it's about you being like, I have to take care of me. I have to get restabilized, heal myself so that way I'm okay. And then I can get to the next phase, which is going to be figuring out, okay, home and living situation. Like the truth is that this is some really hard stuff. But I do believe Jupiter going into Gemini is going to bring you a lot more closeness with a sibling, either living or visiting or talking to siblings more, especially in May, June on. You're going to see, you know, their support, because Jupiter is beneficial, is really a part of getting you back on track. Jupiter is going to hit your North Node. I mean, literally, you may either move into the sibling or you're going to be visiting a sibling. That's what's going to be happening. And eventually when you get to August, you might start kind of feeling like you're feeling better when Saturn squares Jupiter. And in your chart, your, you know, quote unquote second marriage is your 9th house. And that's where you have South Node and Uranus. So it does mean that maybe you're like, okay, I'm not doing that again, or I'm not thinking about that again. I'm not even, you know, trying to have you focus on relationships. Like until the eclipses are out of your 7th house, which is not going to be for some time, relationships still have some work to do. And you will start to see that you are moving into a time where you are more open to being in relationships again. And I think that that's going to be more so in 2025. That's to say, if you don't work things out with your partner. But to be honest with you, I look at this and I go, if you spend the better part of the next year rebuilding your life, you will get to a point where you're going to be like, I'm not going to let that person back in. That's kind of the feeling that I'm getting looking at some of these transits. It really depends on their astrology, you know? Okay, yes, it's from him. Eric has 4 boys. Okay, so grandma, you were saying, has concerns about like not seeing kids. The truth is like, you know, family is going to be very much involved. You know, Jupiter, you are traditionally Jupiter. So Jupiter being in the 3rd and the 4th house over the next 2 years, family is very much going to be involved, but they're going to be involved in being like, are you okay? What do you need? How can we help you? Your children is the moon. And right now, yeah, Saturn is coming out of an opposition with your moon. So you probably feel like you've been like, you know, working hard, trying to do what you can do to kind of, you know, provide for your kids. But I don't really see the kids being kept from you. Jupiter will square your moon, which means, okay, if you do separate legally from a partner, me having to file, paperwork or whatever to ensure that you're seeing your kids, but I don't really see that being the case. Especially with Jupiter in the 6th house at a 4, it does seem to indicate that women or mothers will take care of, your kids, and that can be, your mom helping or your sister's helping or like your ex-spouse. But I don't necessarily see like the kids being taken away. That doesn't seem to be the case. The moon is not quite in a square or anything with Saturn. The moon does square the north and south node. So it does seem like, caring for children is like a karmic missed step, and it's something that needs to be kind of reconciled in this lifetime. And I really feel like when Saturn crosses the ascendant, it's like, okay, it's about what's now emerging. And Saturn can be about this gateway to more responsibility, better focus on your goals, and also kind of realizing that, you have an opportunity here to completely like rebuild your life and redefine yourself. And what you do over this next year is very important. Saturn square the north and the south node basically means you need good friends. Saturn rules your friends. You need people around you who are hardworking, dedicated, and supporting. And you need friends who are around that might be a little bit older than you, because Saturn can be age. And Saturn's going to start sextiling your Mercury. So it would also be really great for you to be doing some like professional networking, or talking to some like older friends and like people who have been around, who have been through a separation or a divorce or some of these things, who can give you feedback and they can help you and say like, hey dude, been there, like, what, you have to pick up and you have to kind of move forward, and you can't lose yourself in this grief or in this loss. That's my 2 cents. Eventually Saturn will conjunct Neptune. That'll be more next year. And I think this is going to be more about you really asking yourself, do I want to be in relationship again? Do I see myself doing that with another person again? Do I like my alone time? Maybe. It's just going to take one real strong Mercury transit for, relationships to come in. And I do feel like I could see that happening, but I think that's the least of your focus right now. Right now is like mental health and taking care of number one first. Water is so helpful if you're a Pisces rising with Saturn and Neptune. I'd like to see you taking baths, soaking, swimming, being by water, lakes, or beaches if you can. If you can't, then try to do laps in a pool. If you can't do that, you need to be meditating. Sound healing can be really helpful. So like listening to binaural beats or doing some kind of Reiki or some kind of like, hands-on healing can be really helpful for your emotions as well. Take really good care of your feet. Soaking your feet and doing like detoxes with your feet can also remove some of these emotions from your body where you're feeling kind of rigid and feeling stuck. And unfortunately, when you have planets in Pisces or an angle square the nodes, it means you have to learn to let these things go. And everybody's in it in this next week. It's like really heavy with all these, planets that are going to be moving through Pisces. And as it comes into conjunction with Saturn, it's sextiling Jupiter and Uranus. So letting go of the things or the situations that have been beating you down is making room for more opportunity for finances, resources, better self-esteem, better mental health. Like you're literally creating that space so you can have more of that. And if you've been in a relationship with somebody who's made you feel unlovable, I'm going to assume because you got Venus conjunct Saturn, then yeah, you're going to have really shitty self-esteem, and then you're going to be like, well, I'm terrible, what's the point, so why do I even bother going on? You know what I'm saying? And like you have enough of that with Sun conjunct Neptune. I feel like maybe there can be some issues where, you have felt like lost, or that you didn't have a male role model, or like a person who's like a I hate to say like father figure, but somebody who guided you. And so now, as you're coming into Saturn and Neptune square your natal Sun and Neptune, you're realizing like, oh my God, like, I lacked that like kind of figure in my life. And like, like I need the support of strong, healthy, men and, people who are responsible around me. And I think that you're going to be trying to bring people like that into your life. So that way you're feeling supported and you're feeling grounded. Somebody said sound baths. Sound baths would be great. That would be helpful as well. But I can tell that a lot of this is having to take care of your emotional health so it doesn't manifest as some physical health issues. Okay? Sending you lots of love and support. I hope that that's helpful in giving you some insight as you move through these changes in your life. All right, so we have Mary and then Dorothy, and then we will be taking our super chat people. So thank you guys for your patience. All right, so let's pull up Mary's chart. I want to make sure this is the right one. $825.84. Let's see. $9:47 p.m. Where is it? $825.84. All right, so I just want to make sure that this is correct. So I have you here, August 25th, 84, 9:47 p.m. And we have questions about your partner. Let's see here. Thanks, Valerie. I hope that's helpful. Hey guys, I'm gonna let you guys know who I have next once I'm done with Mary, because a lot of people are asking, but I should have all of you. Okay, so let's look at Mary's question. She says, where is it? There you go. I'm 8:25.84. My partner is 11:10.89. Feeling called to do something purposeful with life that inspires others, but I can't put my finger on it. Okay. Also trying to find opportunities for financial increase, but struggling. In the midst of this, I've been dating my partner for almost a year. And it's been great. However, I struggle with my mind versus my intuition when it comes to him due to previous unhealthy relationships. Sorry, I can't read all of your question. Questioning if I can trust him, or is this me projecting due to bad experiences in the past? Okay, cool. Got it. So you're a Aries rising, 29 degrees, and you're a sun in Virgo, moon in Leo. Just some food for thought before I even look at his stuff. You know, you have Pluto, which is at the top part of your chart, that is still squaring your ascendant and your descendant. So yeah, I see all of like the changes and things going on with your career. That makes sense. But you're still in a square to your ascendant and your descendant, which is impacting your changes and also your partner changes. And it's still landlocked in a square with your natal Pluto. And you have eclipses that are going to be coming through Libra. Relationships is ruled by Venus. And so in this next year and a half, you know, Saturn's going to start coming into an opposition with Venus. So there's this whole, can I trust this person? Is it going to work? Like what's happened in the past? Obviously, you have some heavy hitting planets with Saturn and Pluto in your 7th house. So you've kind of seen the sights with some toxic relationships. And your South Node is there as well. So really for me, you know, where there would be relationship issues in general, and this is why I wanted to look at your chart first, and I want to blame it on them, is Saturn coming into an opposition with Venus. You have Venus, your 7th house ruler, in its fall in Virgo. actually in its detriment in Virgo, and it's in your 6th house. So that's, that's some difficult stuff with relationships. There is this feeling of like, okay, I show up for other people, but can they like actually meet my needs? Can they, meet me halfway? Am I feeling like it's mutual? What I'm putting into it, getting out of it, right? Because very self-sacrificial with Venus in Virgo. So with that being said, I would be watching your Saturn transit over the next 2 years. Can you be so consumed and focused with work that it inhibits you from being able to make time for love? Is that a thing? Maybe. And also being a Virgo, having eclipses in Pisces pretty soon, and the North Node going through Pisces, which you'll see next year, it's big relationship time, but it's in the 12th house. So it's going to be about, can I trust this relationship? What's going on? So I understand where you're coming from. I will tell you, just being an Aries rising, there is a huge focus in this chart of the self. It's 29 degrees. It means that you're working through something karmically where you have to learn to make changes and evolve as a person. Ruled by Mars. And you got Mars in the 8th house, which is a good placement for Mars, but it's conjunct the South Node and Uranus. I'm going to be honest with you. This is an indication that you always have your armor on, right? Mars is the warrior. So Mars conjunct the South Node is you're always like, okay, what's next? You're like on like defense. And it can be a tendency to kind of be kind of squirrely and kind of want to cut and run when things get really difficult. And you can be kind of like, okay, this is too much for me. I'm just going to cut it off. Or like, I don't trust people. Like that can come up. It's like a very Scorpio energy. And there's like some restlessness there, maybe because, you had to defend yourself a lot in a past life, or you experienced some kind of trauma, or, and then also all of that squares your Mercury and your Sun. Obviously you're a lover. Look at all these planets in the 5th house. It's a very romantic, relationship-y kind of person. But with your Sun, which is your identity, and Mercury, which is your mind, squaring Mars and Uranus, you're always kind of like looking around being like, okay, when's the other shoe going to drop? So very stressful for your mental health. And maybe in this last year, you've realized that a lot of this is about letting go of preconditioning, of assuming that things are always going to be, worst case scenario, or that somebody's going to hurt you, or that somebody's going to betray you. I think personally, it might sound kind of silly, but I believe people are inherently good. I do. I always try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. And I'm not saying that has to be your philosophy, but so much of Saturn and Pisces is about learning to let go of those assumptions, or learning to let go of those like fears or phobias, which actually keep you walled off from love. Certainly you're going to have your fair share of some colorful shit this year. So I'm not going to lie to you. You're going to have a Mercury retrograde in your 5th house where like in August, you're going to be like, what's going on? You're going to continue to have eclipses in Libra where you're recognizing where you're letting go of a tendency to be too relationship oriented, and you're learning how to define yourself outside of relationships. And then you're going to have a Mars retrograde, which I would put on my calendar from December through February, where your chart ruler will go retrograde through all of these placements, which is going to be very karmic for you, So there's something that's going to unfold. And what's beautiful is that Mars retrograde, will trine your ascendant in some capacity. And it will also go through all this stuff, mostly into your 4th house, but still through Leo. And it's going to start coming into some aspects with your 7th. So this can be like where, relationship is potentially like really evolving, or you're cutting something off. Okay, so let's get to him. Or I guess I should say them, but I think it's a him. So let's look at his chart. Virgo rising, ruled by Mercury. Mercury is conjunct the Sun in Scorpio, Sun, Mercury, Pluto. Well, that's an interesting person. I kind of feel like I'm looking at my own chart, so I'm really trying not to be biased, but literally he's born like hours before me. We have the same astrology. Saturn is coming into his 7th house. We can start there. That's a really significant turning point for relationships. He is a Virgo rising. So, you know, I think that Mercury is going to be super strong, and he's got Mercury smack dab in conjunction to his sun and his Pluto, which means he can be very private, or he can be very particular, especially about how he communicates. I mean, he's a strong communicator, but still it's like how he communicates. In terms of relationships, you know, Jupiter rules his 7th house and it's in the 10th. So he was supposed to, you know, kind of end up with somebody who's a little bit older than him. He was also supposed to end up with somebody, you know, who really helps fulfill the promise of his natal Jupiter, which may be working together in some capacity. It may be marriage. And he's got mom issues. I mean, he's got dad issues too, but he's got mom issues because he's got Jupiter Chiron in opposition to his 4th house. So I don't know what you know about his upbringing or his past, or like what has kind of like happened in regards to relationships. But I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he's kind of come through a lot of the bullshit in recent years. Like now that he's done with all of his Saturn transits, and now that Saturn has kind of moved into his 7th house this year, like this is the chart of somebody who's going to settle down. That's what's going to happen. Saturn's going to go into his 7th house, and his partner is going to be like, so what are we doing? Are we getting married? Are we living together? Are we having kids? Like, what's going on? And you'll see that through the eclipse that's going to happen, through the retrograde that's going to happen. You know, I'm going to be honest with you. I would be very careful looking at his chart in April, because this eclipse involves Mercury. Okay, so this eclipse on April 8th, he is Mercury. So there's going to be a solar eclipse in the 8th house of joint resources and other people. Mercury will go retrograde, and it's going to be about like where he's talking to somebody else about vulnerability and being raw, and, you know, talking about the scary things, and like learning how to kind of like merge deeper into a relationship. This is all ruled by Mars, and Mars is conjunct Saturn and the descendant. I think that you got to come clean with him about some of your fears revolving around past relationships, so you can give him the opportunity to kind of say to you like, hey, like, you know, I don't want to hurt you. I don't ever want you to assume I'm doing things. Like, I would never do that to you. Like, you got to give him the opportunity to do that, because I think he's a very honest person. Because he's got Mercury trine Jupiter, he's not somebody who is dishonest. And his moon's in the 7th house, so he's a straight shooter, basically. And the truth is like, you know, I mean, eclipses in his 7th house coming. I mean, like, this is somebody who's like probably going to be really ready to settle down in the next year. In my mind, that's what it kind of looks like to me. So it can be hard if you haven't, you know, sometimes when you're so used to dysfunction in relationships, and then you get into a relationship with somebody who's like healthy, nobody's perfect, but healthy. It's like you're so used to chaos that you're just like, oh my God, you know, am I the one causing chaos? It can happen. You guys have a Venus-Jupiter conjunction. Love that. He's got his Mars close to your Pluto. Okay, that can be kind of sexy. And he's got his Mercury, Sun, and Pluto in your 7th house. You literally have attracted in your 7th house. Oh, and by the way, you guys have a South Node moon. So this is super karmic. He's like soul family, you know, because he has his South Node on your moon. And he opens up that moon stuff and allows you to feel emotionally connected. And you guys also kind of have that South Node Juno. So it might be past life like relationships. The only other thing that I would say that's worth mentioning is like, you know, his moon is in your 12th house. So maybe you find that it's hard to read him. And then his sun and Mercury, your sun and Mercury is in his 7th house. And you've got Venus on his ascendant. What a good match this is. I really feel like this does work. Although I will say, in my opinion, you know, having your partner's sun and Mercury in the 12th house, like he may feel like you're the one who's kind of like hiding out from him a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like he might feel like you're like hiding things from him, and it's not that you are, it's just that you might be kind of like paranoid and being like, oh my God, what's going on? You know, like I can't trust him, and then you'll kind of go MIA for periods of time. No, when I say karmic, it's neutral. It's neither good nor bad. It just means that it's familiar. Okay, so when you have South Node contacts, it's like you're meeting each other again. So for example, your moon sits in conjunction to his south node, it means that you guys were, friends or family in a past life. For you, it's in your 5th house, so you might feel like you nurture him or you baby him in a way, like you kind of like mother him. But it can also mean there's some kind of karmic fulfillment in terms of like love and romance. And I laugh because you have Venus on his ascendant, which means you make him look good. You guys being together, you make him look good. You bring more abundance and beauty and attraction to his life. And you have Lilith on his descendant. So you kind of play both like the role of the committed relationship and also the vixen. Like there is something very alluring about you for him. If anything, I think that your chart is more challenging for him than vice versa. Although, you have a Venus-Jupiter conjunction. I mean, there's a lot of really nice aspects here. I think the only thing that I would worry about is like, here's an example. So like I said, he and I are the same age. I have a friend of mine who has their moon on my south node, who I've known for a very long time. And something I've noticed about that relationship is that she'll go on complete, just benders where she's just emotionally unhinged and assuming worst case scenario, and she'll just snap and then disappear. And then she comes back. And I'm like, I finally sat down and looked at her chart. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And I was like, oh, her moon's on my south node. And that's the aspect that you guys have. So from his perspective, your moon on the south node is not always emotionally available or a little guarded, or maybe he's afraid that he might lose that connection with you. And then you have your sun and your Mercury in his 12th house. Maybe you go through periods of time where you need your space, maybe. But your astrology with his is a lot more challenging than the other way around, because you literally brought in what your astrology says you were supposed to kind of bring in. And, honestly, I think it's a good match also because Saturn and Pluto in the 7th house is not for the faint of heart, of heart. That's a hard placement to have. It means you can bring in people who are really nasty and vindictive. And if you're not doing that, then you need to bring in somebody who's got a really strong kind of Pluto, Saturn, or Pluto, Mars aspect. And he has that. He's got Pluto conjunct his sun, and he's got a Capricorn stellium. Literally, he can be very protecting of his own energy, but he's also been through a lot of shit. And this is probably somebody who will look at you and be like, grow up, stop doing what you're doing. Let's talk about it. What's the problem? He's not going to let you be evasive. He's going to hold you accountable, So if you're doing what my friend does, just giving you friendly advice, not even astrologer advice, when you do that, you're not giving that other person the opportunity to sit down and create intimacy in a relationship. You're kind of cutting them off from that, and you're kind of wigging out and not allowing yourself to kind of grow from past experiences and trust that other person. You know what I'm saying? And the South Node, Leo, it's drama. And you're a Leo moon, so you bring the drama. And you got Pluto on the descendant. So I definitely kind of feel like there's something here that's learning how to get past some of that stuff and then sitting down and being like, okay, I got to work through this. And I think that you have somebody who's at least patient enough and willing to do that work with you. And both of you guys have moon aspects going on with the 12th house, or sun aspects going on with the 12th house. You need to give you guys some space to kind of feel out your emotions and then come back to the table. You don't want to continue this pattern, because eventually he'll get to a point, because he is a Virgo rising, where when Saturn's on the descendant, he's going to be like, is this person even really ready for what I'm ready for? Are they mature enough? Are they he might start looking at you like that and questioning whether or not, are you somebody who he would want to marry or, start a family with, if these are things you want to do, because he's going to start thinking about that. Saturn rules his 5th. And as Saturn goes into his 7th, it's going to be thinking about long-term commitment, relationship, partnership, which, by the way, what you're doing is very hard on him. And I'm not saying this to give you a hard time, but looking at his chart, this is some shit his family went through. He's got Venus, Uranus, Saturn, Neptune in the 4th. He had a parent that was back and forth, on and on, inconsistent, in and out of his life, or his parents had strife. And he saw one of his parents kind of further away from him, or he became estranged with one. And so you doing that is triggering him. And that's going to cause some problems in the relationship. So sometimes, you know, you bring people into your life that come into your life to help you work through your shit. Like nothing like makes you work on your shit like a committed relationship will. So it doesn't matter, like when you meet somebody like this, they're going to hold you accountable and be like, you need to deal with this because this is going to be triggering me. And so maybe you guys have the opportunity to work through it together, you know? I don't know, just some food for thought. So hopefully that's helpful. Sorry I went on a rant, but yeah, it's very obvious you guys came together to work through some of this stuff. And I would take into consideration not just your feelings, but his feelings too, because he has some similar wounds. Hopefully that was helpful for you. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys an updated list of who I have because I'm getting to where I'm going to have to start putting in all of my new charts because some of you guys got in after we started the live, which is fine. You're being patient. I appreciate it. Okay, so here's who I've got left. So we have got my 2 people from Super Chat. I did not forget about you. So we've got Hermes and Takaya. You guys are coming up. Then we have Dorothy. We have Abby. We have Dawn, Michelle, Sarah, Josephine, Jennifer, Jasmine, Amber, and Robin. That's who I have. So if you heard your name, you're coming up next. You're very welcome. Hopefully that's helpful. He's got a good chart. It's like mine. I guess I can say that. All right, so let's plug in. So give me like 5 minutes. I'm plugging your guys' info in right now. And then once I get all these charts in here, we will be able to roll. So give me just a few minutes and then this will be done. In the meantime, I'd love to hear how you guys are doing with this full moon. I feel like we're almost like doing the countdown together. Can you guys tell the moon went into Virgo? Everybody got really serious. Suddenly the communication got a little bit clearer. It's so weird. Let's see. What are you guys doing to ritualize the full moon? I'm not working tomorrow. Usually I work on Saturdays, but I was like, not with a full moon in my 12th house. I'm not. I'm gonna sleep and watch some Netflix. 1986. All right. So I'm sure you sent it to Kaya. I just need to get your location. It's probably in the chat. (12/6, 1976). 1:14 p.m. and that was Tampa, Florida. So we've got Dorothy.
is 94. All right, so for Robin, Robin, do we have your information? I'm not sure if you sent it or not. Do we have that? Your question, your birth time, all that info. That's the last one I'm needing. Oh, there you are. Okay. March 30th, 68. Okay, Robin, just as we get closer, you just have to remind me your question, okay? Because I don't have it in there. Thank you, I see it now. Okay, so with that being said, I now have everybody. So we're gonna have Dorothy, Abby, and Dawn in terms of the regular readings. And then I'm gonna take my 2 super chat people. So we're gonna have Hermes and Takaya. So Hermes, Takaya, and then Dorothy, Abby, and Dawn. So that's the order. So let me pull that up. All right, so let's go back to Hermes' question here. Hermes says, okay, 7/3/86, 6:31 a.m., and that's in Washington. Just got out of a relationship recently with many Pluto aspects and Synastry. We broke up on the days of my Mars return. I'm feeling many changes coming. Would work change and move in location be favored? All right, well, let's take a look. Well, hopefully you're going through the breakup okay. Obviously, your Mars is retrograde, you know. So that Mars return is interesting because it's natally in opposition to your Sun, which is your personal identity. And obviously, career changes. So it wasn't just the relationship stuff. I mean, yeah, you had the Mars return, you cut the relationship, probably not just the Mars return, but Mars approaching Pluto. But Mars was in a square to the nodes with Pluto. So it's like the sacrifice, or what you're cutting or removing, is the relationship, which in turn is giving you more freedom and authority. And you're focusing on your career, where you're going to have this solar eclipse and then a retrograde. A strong Saturn transit will bring a relationship in. And you've been in Saturn square Saturn. And you have Saturn in opposition to your moon. So look at this. You're the moon. Saturn is other people. So that does mean probably right around the time that Jupiter hits your moon and trines Pluto, new relationships will emerge, kind of like June. You handled it. I saw that you made some comment also about you have Psyche conjunct your ascendant and it affects you in love. You go through major transformations. Yeah. But also, if it's conjunct your ascendant, it's in opposition to Mars. And so part of what you're working through in terms of karma with relationships is learning to kind of cut the ties, because Mars rules the North Node. So that way you have more career opportunities, or you feel more in control with what you're doing. Does that make sense? You know, pretty much career and home stuff is on the agenda, because you're having, you know, these eclipses, and you just recently had your nodal return. So, you know, to me, it seems like first things first is this next eclipse, where you're going to have it right on your IC. So that's a completion eclipse, which seems to focus on moving. The ruler of this is Venus, and you got Venus in the 9th, conjunct Jupiter. Moving further away, learning, training, traveling, your philosophy about home and family relationships changing, and you're kind of keeping a sense of optimism about you and how you navigate this. An eclipse like this will totally help you move, if not already. And it's about detaching from past relationships, right? 4th house moon in Libra. But I love that this eclipse features a Mercury on your North Node. So it's about kind of tapping into, oh, I'm in control. Okay, the future is now. What am I doing professionally? What am I building? And then the second eclipse, which you're going to have on the 8th of April, pretty close to the North Node there with the Mercury retrograde. So this is about a new job opportunity emerging, which may prompt an opportunity to move, or vice versa. They could support each other. Venus rules your 4th house. So I'm thinking about how that lunar eclipse in Libra is going to have a Venus-Saturn conjunction. So you might be considering moving further away. That may happen. Or, you know, traveling, or some kind of, you know, certification or training can come from that as well. And then career is ruled by Mars. And I would watch this eclipse also, because the eclipse is going to square your Mars. That relationship may have gotten in the way of feeling like you had some sense of control over your destiny or your work.
you know? I have to break away from the past karma, learning to speak my truth and quit people pleasing. Yeah, but also I think part of this is about, you know, recognizing that sometimes, you know, in order to kind of hit your goals, you know, your moon's in your 11th house, or spend more time with friends or other people, there is some difficult separations from partners, you know, and you have Saturn opposition the moon. So was there this feeling of like detachment with certain friends growing up, or has there been like a detachment around the idea of home or family? Has that come up a bit for you as well? I think I'm not going to say it can't be about relationships, because Jupiter and Uranus are opening up your social sectors and they're trining your descendant. So relationships can happen, but Saturn rules relationships and it's going to hit your Jupiter. So relationships at a distance, or what you're learning about relationships, or where the ending of one thing paves the way for a new beginning. When Saturn transits Venus, Jupiter, when Saturn transits Jupiter, it helps us focus on the good. It helps us commit to the good. So you may realize there was some purpose why that relationship was sacrificed. And then you'll have this eclipse in September that's right on your Jupiter, conjunct Saturn. So I think there's a better relationship on the horizon. Personally, that's kind of the feeling that I'm getting looking at that, you know. She was a narcissist, totally wrecked me, and detached from my family. And so, you know, the other thing to take into consideration is that eclipse, the sextile to your descendant, and then Uranus trine your descendant. I think there's going to be a better relationship on the horizon. That's just me. And I would feel like whether it's your career or the people you're hanging around or whatever, like it's all about being like, okay, I'm in charge. I'm the steward of my own ship, because that North Node is getting activated, and taking some kind of action and being in a relationship where you have to lead. And if somebody else isn't letting you lead, then you're like, okay, detaching. You know, I hate to be like that, but that's kind of how it works when you're having some of these squares right now. And probably when Pluto goes back into Capricorn, you'll see some of this as well. And this will be in like September-ish. It doesn't mean that relationships won't work. It's just you're going to see the finale, because Pluto will still be squaring the nodes, where you're going to have to realize through the Mars retrograde, so it'll be like November through February, where you're going to be tested to see if you're going to let other people have some kind of control over you. And what you're going to be focusing on is maintaining your independence and focusing on your career, not letting a relationship come in and take it away. You know? Kind of the feeling that I get looking at that. But career and home stuff for sure. And I would really watch that eclipse that's coming, because I think that's going to be the one that's going to have you like moving or changing something. And it can also very much involve female relatives or female family members or female roommates, other people like that, you know. If I were you, I would go and start doing my homework and learning about the incoming Mars and Mercury retrograde. So in August, you'll have a Mercury retrograde here, and this is about rebuilding your self-esteem. And then December through February, there'll be a Mars retrograde from Leo into Cancer. And that's going to be about being like, what do I value? What's important to me? And whether or not you're going to let someone or something threaten your ability to feel secure. So you want to be kind of getting strong with that now before that happens. And then finally Pluto will go into Aquarius, and then you're going to like kind of learn the lesson. I love Pluto trying your moon right now too. Like so many opportunities to be around like strong, like-minded, like friends, and having support in relationships that's not going to make you feel like you're isolated in a romantic relationship. You know? If I had $1 for every Cancer rising that I've seen go through this over the last 2 or 3 years, I would not be doing readings on the internet. So this is kind of like the final moment. So lean into Pluto trine your moon. I think getting acclimated into being more routine and regular with socializing with people, and maybe entertaining, a relationship with somebody at a distance is not a bad idea. Hopefully that's helpful for you, Hermes. I appreciate it. All right, so then we have got my other super chat, Takaya. Let's pull you up here. Okay, so she is December 6, 76, 1:14 p.m. in Tampa. She says, I'd like to know if my business is going to grow. I'm thinking of dissolving my LLC. Some business talk. All right, cool. So let's take a look. I want to make sure that this is right because I'm now double and triple checking all of my dates. All right, 12/6/76. So she's a Sag sun, she's a Pisces rising, and her moon's in Gemini. So in my mind, you know, business is very much going to be connected to Jupiter. Okay, so I would say this, just as a Sag in general, knowing that Jupiter and Uranus are going to meet in April, that is the true test, is to see, okay, what's going to happen, because you're going to hear massive growth for business or new office space or, you know, some kind of like, you know, just more kind of coming in terms of your work for Sagittarians in general. So I see some truth to that, to be honest with you, because 6th house from your sun happens to be your 2nd house of money. So there could be increased money, right? So in your chart, not only are you having your Jupiter return, but you're going to have your Jupiter turn with Uranus, and Uranus is about completing things. So I can see where you're like, okay, is it costing me money? Is more, you know, business going to come in? Is it worth it? I would say in my mind, it's worth at least waiting for this Jupiter-Uranus transit to decide whether or not you're really ready to let it go. Also, you're going to have that solar eclipse at the beginning of April, which is very money influenced. And there's a retrograde where you're going to be like, well, let me see. Can I try to drum up more business? Can I entice more clients? Like, let me see. Like, is somebody else going to come in? And you can really try your hand the end of March through April to see, you know, if there's any last moments of trying to bring somebody in. And then you have to see some kind of an aspect likely between either Mars and I would say Jupiter. And so Mars is going to start sextiling Jupiter then at the end of April. Now, another time where you can decide if you want to wrap it up, although there's a lot of money transits in this chart in May. So like, you know, unless it's costing you a lot, I would hold on to it and see if you can drum up more business in April and May. But if you just do decide that you're done and you want to cut it loose, then I would say do it while Mars comes into Taurus and it hits your south node. So this will be the beginning of June. I would say June 12th through July. But the truth is that I think about this for like Sagittarius and I'm like, if you do cut it, you're cutting it because you have found something else that's more productive, or you found something else that you love more. Or there's like another opportunity to do something new. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad thing. By the way, in August, you'll have a Mercury retrograde in your 6th house. And so that could also mean where you're like, okay, am I, you know, giving this up? Am I quitting? Am I changing directions? What kind of a business is it? Do you mind me asking? But man, there's some damn good money transits. I almost feel inclined to tell you, like you might surprise yourself. Like things get really good right about mid-May. Venus, Jupiter, Uranus, you know, and your Jupiter return, and Jupiter is your chart ruler. You know, something might really pop here, and it may be worth kind of reevaluating some stuff in April, being like, what do I need to do to bring some more business in? And how can I lure people in, or how can I, you know, create new services? Oh, tarot. Okay. So, you know, the other side of this is that Saturn's about to square your sun. I kind of feel inclined to tell you, like, you're giving up a little early, because when Saturn squares your sun, especially in the 10th house, like there is this sense of being like, okay, you know, obviously there's a lot of visibility in this chart, and Saturn is like, oh, but it's hard, but it's difficult. Well, Saturn, as it's crossing your ascendant, it wants to be seen as a professional. It wants to be seen as somebody who's taking it seriously. It's connecting the 12th house, which can be about mysticism, and also your 11th house ruler, which can be about like networking and connecting with other people. I was going to say, you probably feel like it's a saturated market. Well, I mean, the truth is that hard work and consistency is generally what I recommend when you're in a Saturn square sun transit. The truth is, it's more than that, though. It's that you have Neptune that's also squaring your midheaven. So there's a lot of, do I want this? Is this what I want to do? And Mercury's on your midheaven. So I do think that that's great for divination and, being somebody who, can read cards and stuff. But I also look at that and I'm like, over the next 2 years, you're going to see Saturn and Neptune square. And if you feel like you're not making enough money, you may contemplate going in a different direction. The sun rules your 6th house, so offering a service of some kind. But this is also like, somebody who could do something in health, in wellness, in hospitality, in styling, in beauty. I mean, there's a lot of things you could do here, right? And I kind of get the impression looking at this that part of the Saturn transit is you being like, okay, if I feel like I've got too much stuff going on and things aren't settled in my life or I'm not sure, I'm going to go in a different direction. But yeah, Saturn when it squares the sun is a year where there is hard work, dedication, and consistency and having to show up. You need a really strong Jupiter transit to make something pop. And if we look at this from the perspective of your whole sign 3rd house, Jupiter and Uranus are going to meet in the 3rd. Kind of feel inclined to tell you, you could be joining an app or you could be doing something that can be increasing your business. You could be doing reels or TikToks or other things on social media because Jupiter, Uranus, you might have something that blows up. Maybe you're consistently doing like daily videos for a month and then something catches and then all of a sudden you got a ton of people that are coming to you for readings. Maybe it means because Uranus is your 12th house that you're having to do channeled messages. It's not just tarot. Or maybe you decide that you want to start doing dream interpretation or numerology. Maybe it means that, you're shooting videos and you're doing other things that's more visual, right? So there's something else that's going to have to happen. And like, I get it. I'm not saying this to be insensitive, but like, girl, I started in like 2013. So I've been here for about 10 years, not necessarily on YouTube, but I mean, I've been doing this professionally for that long. And like, yeah, a couple of years ago, I looked around and I was like, there's a lot of people doing this. And it doesn't mean that people can't be successful at it because there's obviously a high business for it. But when you have some of the transits you're having, it's like when you start to kind of look around and you go, what is it that I really want to do? And I think that you would do very well being in a position where you own a business, especially anything kind of mystical or magical, because you got that Sun Neptune. But you need to have a vision for what you're going to be doing and you have to stick with it. You have to be consistent. And, I think Saturn on the ascendant is like, get serious about it. Unfortunately, this can be like a type of job that not a lot of people take seriously. But if you show up and you decide that you want to take it seriously, I would say Saturn on the ascendant, like go and take some professional headshots, write up a new bio, start doing interviews with people, start talking on people's podcasts, start talking about what your actual work and like make it professional. And then you'll start seeing that you're going to get some traction because Saturn is sextiling your Jupiter and it can bring in some more money, right? Although I love those like headshots of the tarot readers with like the cats and the crystal balls. Secretly, I really want that to be that. I would love that to be my professional headshot. And you got to work hard all year at it. So I would give it until May. Do some stuff to pump up your social media with the stuff going on with Jupiter and Uranus in your whole sign 3rd. If you decide to back out, then I think you would probably either do that in June or in August. But that Mercury retrograde still might bring you back at the end of the year, Maybe it's worth also considering doing like a subscription service or something with Jupiter, Uranus in your 3rd. Or maybe people have like a newsletter or something they, pay for monthly. Don't underestimate the power of having people on a subscription. Because you can be trying to hustle to have consistent readings, but people are also more likely to be like, well, I don't want to spend $100 for a reading, but I'll spend, $10 a month to get an email that's going to tell me what my card of the day is. And you could literally put that out once a day or once a week, and then you can have consistent people on a newsletter that is like subscribing for that, or videos or extra content. There's plenty of stuff that you could do with that. So I wouldn't give up. A lot of people told me that when I started my business, they were like, that's not a real job. You're never going to make it. And what are you doing? This is like such a waste of time. And this is crazy. Because I came from like a totally different background and I had really stable work, but I hated it. And I was like, no, this is really what I want to do. And like after a whole year of consistency, working a 9-to-5 and also seeing clients, I built my business. And after a year, I left my full-time job and I never went back. So like it is very possible to do it if that's something that you really want to do. But people got to, take you seriously. Anyway, good luck. Dorothy, Abby, and Dawn, you guys are all next. So let's see what's going on with Dorothy. How are you, Dorothy? So I've got you here, April 16th, 85. She says 25 days to Aries season, but who's counting down? Gemini rising, Aries sun, Pisces moon. Well, let's take a look. So what does Dorothy have going on? Well, she's super excited for Aries season. She's going to have this eclipse that's also going to be smack dab in this part of her chart that's going to be about goals and socializing and friends and all that fun stuff. So that's exciting. And then we have Jupiter that will eventually cross your ascendant. I can only imagine April through like July, like the shifts that are going to be happening for you astrologically, having all this energy in kind of the signs that you're used to kind of working with. Probably the biggest thing that I think about is, Saturn's coming up on your moon. And that seems to be really important because, the moon, I don't feel like the moon gets enough love. You always hear like tarot readers and astrologers being like, listen to your sun sign. And I'm like screaming from like the mountaintops being like, that's bullshit. Listen to your rising sign. Sometimes it comes through. But the moon sign I wouldn't sleep on. Especially knowing that these two eclipses are going to have either Venus or Saturn on your moon. So to be honest with you, the Libra eclipse is a lot nicer than the Aries eclipse, which is going to be kind of gnarly. So what is Saturn transit the moon? Well, first of all, Saturn is about karma. It's about age. It's about maturing, responsibility. It can be about goals and what you're kind of committing to in terms of your public reputation. And then you have the moon, which is traditionally your second house ruler of resources, money, and also self-esteem. Saturn doesn't deny, he just delays. So one thing I would say is this is about working hard for the money, especially when it comes to your career and getting recognized. You can have a little bit of strife with some women at work. Older women at work can be a bit of a problem, so be mindful of that. And your moon is at a 16, so it can be about home and mother and family related things. Sometimes this is a time where people start looking around thinking like, what kind of a life am I building? What kind of a home am I building? What do I really value? What's important to me? And that's a really wild time while you're also having eclipses that are happening in Aries because it's very much about your goals. So even though it's in the 10th house is your status, okay? So it's not just like Saturn hitting your moon. So you might want to think back to what happened in the early 90s when this happened. Was your mom going to work a lot? Were you starting to learn how to be more responsible? You were still a kid. But that Saturn moon transit is generally, it can be a little heavy emotionally. And this is also right behind your sun. Now Saturn squaring your ascendant and your descendant, you're coming into Saturn square Uranus. So this can also be a time where you're like, okay, do I want more consistency when it comes to either my career or my relationships? Big work stuff is happening. And then obviously, like I said, both of the eclipses are going to have conjunctions to Saturn. So Venus on your moon conjunct Saturn, I think you might get some recognition. I think, people are going to be really, giving you some credit where credit is due, and it might be a lot of like team building or something at work that might lead to a promotion. And then you've got the second eclipse that is going to happen, which will be a solar eclipse right between Venus and your sun. Ruled by Mars, Mars conjunct Saturn, not fun, right on your moon. So yeah, still kind of being like, okay, trying to get recognition at work, doing my damnedest to work as a team, but maybe somebody giving you a little bit of a hard time. Oh, we're going to get a promotion. Cool. It's going to happen. You got it. And that's a solar eclipse that's going to last for 1 year. So it'll unfold over time. So you're going to want to watch when Mars hits 19 degrees and some other stuff here. But, for right now, outside of that, I would say Jupiter crossing your ascendant is wonderful. And that's going to be happening like in July. And being in Aries you know, having Mars and Jupiter, you're going to hear it's like a lot of opportunity for traveling and learning, but it'll be on your ascendant. So I think you're doing some traveling in August, right before Jupiter squares Saturn. So this is when you're giving yourself the freedom to like really start kind of feeling like, okay, I can go out and I can do more. I've been working now. I need to kind of, you know, have a little bit of freedom. I need to get away a little bit. That seems to be the focus in your chart. One other thing I want you to think about is that the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction is very close to your Mars. So obviously, you know, Mars is intercepted in your 11th. So there can be some people at work that you think that you're friends with that unfortunately you may realize like are not your people. So be careful about that. You're not at work to make friends. I would say that to you anyway with Saturn in the South Node in the 6th. I probably have told you that. But Uranus hitting your Mars can definitely bring up some unexpected health-related matters because Mars rules your 6th house out of the blue, or some people that you thought you were close with at work that you realize aren't your people. Be very careful with cuts, burns, bruises, abrasions, all of that stuff as Uranus gets really close to your Mars because Jupiter will be there too. So this is like right around early May. Okay, because 12th house can be healing. So if there's something that comes up that you need to heal, or if you're feeling under the weather, that's important because it's also going to oppose your Saturn. So yeah, take it really easy on your health in May, please. That's really important. Sometimes Saturn on the moon, it brings emotional heaviness and it can have a physical effect on you. All right. Hopefully that's helpful. We have Abby and then Dawn and then Michelle. Abby is February 24th, 81. Abby says, I was born at 1:12 p.m. in Decatur. I would like a general transit reading specifically for Pluto in my 8th house and Saturn in Pisces and anything that you can see that's important, specifically regarding the relationship realm. I'm single. I'd like to know prospects. Okay, so Pluto in the 8th house, Saturn in Pisces. So you're a Cancer rising. Your sun is in, here, let's look at your chart first. I don't think I've seen your chart. So Cancer rising, sun is in Pisces, and your moon is in Scorpio. Woo, look at all that water. What's up, Abby? So a few things come to mind. So you're asking about Saturn, you're asking about Pluto. Well, Saturn has been in conjunction to your sun. It's now moving away. Saturn rules relationships. So as Saturn is leaving your sun, you're coming out of this karmic period in relationships where there's been some clearing probably, and now Saturn is going to hit your Mars. So this is going to represent relationships with people at work, and this is going to represent whether or not you're feeling like some of your progress at work is being thwarted in some sense, you know? So I think I would keep an eye out for that. And Mars and Saturn, when they come into conjunction, like Saturn kind of cools Mars jets. So if you're trying to move too quickly in a relationship, or if you're trying to move up too quickly with business, this is going to delay it a little bit. That'll be in April. And then Saturn will retrograde over your Mars again in September through December, and then it's going to leave. So then it's going to move away at the beginning of next year. So you might feel like hard work, dedication, you know, having to kind of cool your jets and not have conflict with people at work. That seems to be the theme. And then Saturn is relations in general, right? So the 7th house is relationships, but it's Capricorn. So a lot of your Saturn transit is about your relationship with other people and kind of keeping your cool at work. That'll be really important during both of the eclipses, as you will see Saturn will have a Saturn-Mars conjunction. So so you'll have this here. So this is actually good for business, I think. And also, I think the eclipse at the end of March is going to be more about like home and family stuff. But then the second eclipse, this one's the one you want to watch out for. Your Mars return features a conjunction to Saturn. So that does make me feel like, you know, if you aren't getting on well with certain people at work, there can be a little bit of strife. Not that Pluto isn't important. Certainly Pluto changing signs is important, but it's still in your 8th house. So it's not It's not really doing anything different. It's just expressing its energy different. So Pluto does well in the 8th house. Transformation of resources, you know, there can be healing, there can be also like a lot of work in, you know, interest in research or the occult, obviously astrology, you know, in Aquarius. But Pluto's not really doing much. If anything, the biggest aspect that you have with Pluto is actually now Pluto is quincunx your ascendant. And that purges, clears, brings up toxicity. It brings up the need to go through major changes, and it brings out a lot of emotions because Cancer is emotional. So Pluto quincunx the ascendant, you want to be really careful of like where, you know, holding on to toxic emotions and feelings and stuff can create some issues. Hormonally, for your reproductive system as well, that could be the 8th house. And Pluto rules your 6th of health. So like nervous system issues, hormonal issues, problems to your, you know, menstrual cycle, that stuff can kind of come up here as Pluto quincunx is the ascendant. What it's trying to maybe do, usually when planets quincunx the ascendant, is bring about a change in you personally, how you express yourself, or even where you're living. Like I've noticed when planets quincunx my ascendant, it's about living situation stuff. So I don't know if that's come up for you, but I only bring that up because you're also having the eclipse in your 4th house. Now, this eclipse at the end of March can be an emotional clearing. It could be that as well. But I'm looking at the South Node getting ready to hit all these planets later this year. So it can mean that it's kind of clearing out all of this like relationship or family gunk. And then Saturn will go into the 10th. You know, you need to see a really strong positive Saturn transit for a relationship to happen. And I guess the positive is that, you know, even though Saturn's on your Mars, it's trining your moon. So it is making it possible for you to meet people, but likely you're meeting people more in a professional way or out in the world. And then you would want to look also at, you know, what's going on with your Venus, because Venus can be about romantic kind of situations. And it looks like you're getting ready to have Uranus square your Venus. So it's more like socializing friends, connecting with people, you know, through making new contacts, you might meet people. But I'm not seeing anything that's really strong for a committed relationship right now. It is possible that when, let's see, you have another eclipse in Libra. This one. So I think this is stronger for relationships personally. You're going to have a solar eclipse in October on your Saturn, which rules your 7th house. And it's going to feature a Cazimi with Mercury. So some new relationship opportunity might be emerging. And your Saturn is exalted. And right when you have this eclipse, Venus is on your moon. So really it's more so happening in October. You know, I'm not saying you can't date or try to meet people, but that's more when you're going to see something kind of start to unfold in my mind. And at the same time, also Mars is going to trine Venus. So that's really great with a trine from Venus and Saturn. Yeah, so it'll be in October. But right now, I mean, as with all the Cancer risings, it's like all the focus right now is what's going on with, you know, your career. And I'm not going to say you can't have relationship and career, but Saturn's in the 10th house. You're building stronger relationships with people professionally. That seems to be the focus right now. And what then is going to happen is when you're done with that, and Saturn is now, you know, coming back into your 10th house fully next year, relationships, I think, can kind of thrive a little bit more. But even then, Saturn's going to start opposing Saturn in Jupiter, natally. So it's interesting. You know, you have your 7th house Lord in the 4th. It means relationships get better with age. It can also mean that, you know, people from the past can come back, and you have a Saturn conjunct Jupiter. You may meet somebody through your career because Jupiter rules your career. You might meet them through work. That's just kind of the feeling that I'm getting. And also it could be another lawyer because it's your whole sign 9th house, you know, some kind of lawyer or somebody who you've known for some time that comes around, and then it can be a relationship. But it won't be like this forever. Good night, Gibson. We'll see you soon. Obviously, you know, in an extended reading, we look at your progressed Venus, and we also look at, you know, your Venus return and other things that would give you a little bit more insight. But just knowing that Saturn is, you know, in your 10th house and it's squaring Neptune, and you have Uranus square Venus, Nothing really starts to set in until later this year. But certainly dating, I mean, like, look, April, May, and June is very social. If you're looking to like date, you want to be doing this when planets are going through your 5th house. So at the end of summer is going to be when that starts happening, and you'll see right around October is when things might happen. She says, not another lawyer. Yeah, but you know, because Saturn rules relationships and it's in Libra conjunct Jupiter, which is your whole sign 9th house, they might do similar work. But it might be somebody that you've known for a while too, who kind of comes back around, who you have a connection to. Anyway, hopefully that's helpful for you. Not another lawyer. We have Dawn, Michelle, and then Sarah. All right, so Dawn says, February 25th, 1994, 10:13 a.m. Hey Candace, hope all is well. I'm looking to get your insight on my 10th house and how the current and future transits are affecting my career. I've had life-changing opportunities in that area of my life, but they have all seemed to not work out due to unforeseen circumstances. Okay, so, well, a couple things. One is, you have, I mean, there's some really big transits going on right now. I don't even know where to start. Probably first things first is, as a Taurus rising, recently Pluto went into Aquarius. So it's about a total transformation of something in regards to your team, where you're working, how you're working, and Mars and Venus have been there. So your Venus, other people are Mars and Pluto, and it looks like between the conjunctions where things have been kind of like ending and beginning and then squaring Jupiter, it's like, it almost feels like it's a couple false starts. That's kind of the feeling that I'm getting. You need a strong Uranus transit for something really powerful to emerge. And so once you get out of like the next week or two of the Venus-Uranus squares, there can still be a little bit of back and forth. Try to stay patient, because it seems very irritating with planets in your 10th house where you're waiting on other people to kind of get their act together. And you're like, I don't want to wait anymore. You know, it makes you feel very restless basically for like the next week or two. When you see Saturn leave the conjunction from your sun, also things will, I think, start to improve. I think that this has been a lot of waiting on other people. I can see it with Saturn in your 11th house. I can see it with Pluto in your 10th house. I can see it with planet square Uranus. A lot of waiting on other people to get their act together. And now that your Saturn return is over, now, yay, Saturn comes into conjunction with Venus. So now there's really significant partnership, relationship, friendship, team building themes that kind of come up. And probably my favorite transits for you are going to be when Jupiter and Uranus come into conjunction, where some of the restlessness with trying to work with other people almost sends you on the path of being like, I'm going to build it myself, or I'm going to do it myself, or I'm going to do it my way. And you may have a breakthrough in April where either somebody says, hey, I've got a job for you, or let's build this company together, or let's do this thing. And that seems to be like the green light and the way forward. Networking is so important in your chart with all those planets in the 11th house and who you're friends with and who you know. And that's something that I would always come back to. That's like, okay, if I'm having an issue, who can I call, or who can I rely on, or who has my back, or who could potentially like have a connection for me. And then I think about how Jupiter and Uranus are going to meet in April. And then Jupiter will go into Gemini, which can bring a Taurus rising more money, and it's going to trine Pluto. So some major breakthrough at the end of May, beginning of June. I still feel inclined to tell you, okay, you can't do this by yourself. And with Uranus on your ascendant, you might get restless and feel like you want to do it. But Uranus is receiving a sextile from Saturn. So you need a team, or you need to be kind of being a team player, or trying to work with other people. And even though all of these things are good, like this is all like a learning curve for you. Because Taurus risings, they want to work slow. They want to take their time. They want to do things like, you know, in a pleasant manner. And I think what you're learning with Uranus on your ascendant is that what you really need is like unpredictability, freedom, and you can work with a group of people, but you can't be totally tied down. And then finally, next year, Pluto will go into your 10th house. So the real big change will actually come next year. So could that be the breakthrough for you while Jupiter is going into your second house? Sure. Yeah, it could. It could take that long. I don't think it will, but it could. Something in the spring of next year makes me feel like something's brewing too, where there could be kind of building, a new business or collaborating with a group of people, which could also be like a major kind of step up in regards to your career. And by then, Saturn is also trining your 7th house, and it's sextiling your, Uranus transit. So you got some really crazy stuff happening. I mean, it's like all over your chart. And every Taurus rising that I've spoken to is just kind of like they're ready to just kind of throw in the towel. And they're like, okay, what's blocking me? Or like, what am I missing? And I would pay really close attention to these eclipses. I know I keep bringing them up, but if you have planets in Pisces, especially, these degrees of Pisces, the eclipses impact you in a very big way. So for example, work changes come up for a Taurus rising with the eclipse at the end of March. And then in the beginning of April, you have a solar eclipse where you're kind of like resting, recuperating, meditating, and reflecting on where things are going. And the ruler is Mars, and it's on your Venus. It's almost like you're going to have to sit and meditate on, okay, where are the blockages? I'm going to dissipate the blockages. I'm calling in the people who are going to help me go and build this thing that I'm trying to do. And your career is definitely going to take off in ways that you would never imagine. But I think that there's been like this shakeup with potential people you're working with to bring in the right partner. I know that sounds crazy, but that's what it is. And then when Jupiter hits your ascendant and opposes Jupiter, I think that might bring somebody in. So that's kind of like April, May. So I think there's going to be more job opportunities, but with somebody who's like the right fit, And a lot of Tauruses, I almost feel inclined to tell you guys, you can't have it both ways, because I know Taurus risings in particular, they want things to be really easy and comfortable and easy, and they want to know they have the job and that things are being, paid for and you're being provided for, and you want ease. But Uranus on your ascendant wants chaos and wants freedom. So you can't have both things. You can't have the luxury kind of cushy job where you get a regular paycheck, but also like have all of the freedom. You have to be willing to sacrifice some of that comfort for knowing that you have freedom. That's basically what this is. And then if you're going to be more independent and work for yourself, then you're going to have to make some major changes basically with how you're working. You're still going to need to network with people if you're going to be independent. You still need to kind of have some kind of community or connections to other people. You can't just go off and go your own way, right? So Saturn in your 11th house is teaching you about friends and, the support that you have from other people. But I think that there's going to be a pretty big turning point, especially when Pluto starts to trine with Jupiter. You're going to see that right at the end of May. You might realize why you've been blocked and that there was something better coming. Anyway, I hope that that's helpful for you, Dawn. Let's see, Michelle. And then we have Sarah, Josephine, and Jennifer. All right, so we've got Michelle. Let's see, where was she? There we go. So Michelle says 6/16/63. Sierra Sag rising, Sun in Gemini, Moon in Aries. I need something to get happy about. Ramalama. All right, so let's see. Well, we got you as a Sag rising. We have got, eclipses. Eclipses that are coming very, very close to your Jupiter and your Moon. Okay, let's talk about it. So something to be happy about. I think of happiness, I think about Jupiter, I think about the 5th house. I feel like a Sag rising right now with these eclipses that are coming in the North Node. I mean, okay, for starters, every 18 years, the North Node goes through Aries. And for a Sag rising, it's your whole sign 5th house. So it's about creativity, pleasure, joy, self-expression, having fun, and things you can do on your own. So it's a really creative transit. It can be really wonderful for romantic relationships as well. And yes, okay, the North Node and Chiron are in conjunction, so we're healing something. So for a Sag rising in the 5th house, it's healing issues revolving around pleasure, around having fun, feeling good, entertaining your inner child, learning how to play, learning how to express yourself differently, hobbies, sports, dating, romance. These are all things that should be coming up that you're learning to say, I shouldn't feel bad about wanting to do those things. And you get that simultaneously with a north node on your Jupiter, which is your chart ruler. So this is either about a new romantic partner, a new creative hobby, or some kind of new fun that's coming in. And it's at a 15, so you could meet more than one person. It could be hobbies that include writing or doing things with your hands or crafting or making things. Stuff that you would do at home because it's in your Placidus 4th house. And some kind of like positive shift to your mindset that's coming about, experiencing more joy. So that eclipse is very significant. That it will be the beginning of April, right between your moon and your Jupiter. This is also ruled by Mars, and Mars will be conjunct Saturn. So maybe it's, yeah, but I got to do the work at home. Or maybe it's, well, I got to change my mindset, or I have to learn something. Sure, this can kick up some family stuff for sure. An eclipse in your 4th house with, stuff in your third, sisters, neighbors, siblings, that stuff can kind of come up. Yeah, for sure. But, to be honest with you, I would say this to any Sag rising. Yes, you have Saturn in your 4th house and maybe you feel stuck at home, or maybe you feel like you have a lower mood, or there's some home stuff or family stuff going on, which can feel very limiting, but you got to make lemonade. Right? That's why you're ruled by Jupiter. You're here to be more positive and optimistic about, life. So I think about how, yeah, you're limited at home, but I'm like, well, what are you going to do about it? Like if you have to be home for whatever reason, or if you're dealing with a renovation or having to move, I'd be like, cool. So paint the walls, design your space, create a space that's going to be your little fun zone, something that has the things that you like to do. Moon and Jupiter in the 4th house, it likes to cook, it likes to create, it likes to play, create a space to do that. And Aries are things that you can do independently on your own. It might mean that you take up some new fitness as a hobby as well, something that you can do from home or around home. And that whole time period is going to be super active. So if you're thinking about getting back into dating, this would be a good time to do it with a retrograde in your 5th whole sign. And then on top of that, you're also about to have Jupiter that's going to go into Gemini, which is going to light up your Mercury and your Venus. So your Jupiter, other people are Mercury, and I'm looking at Jupiter hitting your Mercury with Venus around the end of May going into June. Like, these are huge relationship transits in my mind. So maybe it's a matter of, having some new hobby that kind of allows you to kind of connect with other people. A strong Mercury transit will bring somebody in. Well, Jupiter's going to hit Mercury. Go back 12 years ago and look at what happened in, 2012? What happened in 2012? That will give you some kind of insight into what was going on relationship-wise that year. And I love that Jupiter is going to square all your Virgo, and it's also going to square your Pisces transit, which basically means that somebody's going to come in and be like, what are you doing? Like, you want to hang out? And they will be very chatty and really communicative. It may also enhance the relationships with siblings that might happen here as well. But I think you're crazy not to be finding a creative outlet right now, because a Jupiter activation brings positivity. So with it on North Node on your Jupiter, with Jupiter that's going to sextile Jupiter, and with Jupiter on your Venus and your Mercury, new habits, routines, opportunities to socialize, and I'd be surprised if it doesn't bring in some kind of romantic connection. So you have a lot to be happy about. I feel like Sag risings are some of the people who are going to have the easiest time with these eclipses, because they're realizing very quickly, I don't have to do what other people want me to do. I can focus more on what brings me joy and brings me happiness, and it's about creating, designing, performing, dating. So these are the things that I want you to do. Even if you're doing it around home, that's fine. But as soon as Jupiter goes into Gemini in June, you're kind of connecting with other people more. Allow yourself to play. Create without a feeling of like having to, create something that you have to sell or complete. It's about learning to have playtime. And younger, hot, sexy partners can come in with that transit too. Good luck. We've got Sarah, and then Josephine and Jennifer. All right, so Sarah says September 9th, 1982, 7:49 a.m. in Hemet. How is it looking for a divorce that was initiated? Ouch. Okay. Well, let's take a look. So you're a Libra rising and you have your sun in Virgo and your moon is in Gemini. So I'm sorry to hear you're going through divorce. I hope you're optimistic about what the future holds. Endings of relationships, believe it or not, is the 6th house. And so you're not the first Libra rising that has told me that they're getting divorced. Saturn going into the 6th house can be an indication that there is a legal separation, especially because Saturn rules the home. Your 7th house is marriage, where you are having eclipses. You also have a North Node Chiron conjunction, so there's wounding coming up in relationships. And it's ruled by Mars. And it looks like Uranus has been in opposition to your Mars. So really it's the financial stuff that looks the most difficult in this chart. Handling the finances and the resources. Because when you have Mars in your 2nd house, you like to spend money or you like to hold on to the money. And with Uranus in the 8th house, there can be lots of squabbles over who owes who what or whose funds is whose, or Uranus can also be about kids, so I don't know if you have children or not, but this can be talking about, expenses relating to kids. And if not, then it's who owes who what. That seems to be the stickiest part. You're coming out of Saturn, which has been in opposition to your Venus, so you have probably been feeling this whole last year that something's not working, and now Saturn opposes your Sun, which represents a separation, likely from a man. So that makes sense. I mean, I kind of feel inclined to tell you, okay, kids are involved. This started in the fall. In October, you had a solar eclipse on Saturn and Pluto, and that should have shown you where something wasn't working for you. So maybe being more willing to let it go. The biggest issues seems like it's going to be over handling the kids and handling the finances. And so you have to really ask yourself, can you guys come to terms on this on your own? Can you have an agreement on your own? If you can't, then North Node conjunct Chiron in the 7th house for a Libra rising is a really good time to get a therapist, right? Or to get a mediator, or to get, a divorce attorney, or any combination of the few. And then 2, this eclipse for you that's coming seems a little tricky. So we've got a lunar eclipse in Libra right on your ascendant. So it makes you very emotional because it's bringing up your emotions, Libra, in comparison to the actions in the relationships of other people, 7th house. Ruled by Venus. And so Venus will be conjunct Saturn in your 6th house. So this is where your emotions are having an impact on your health. So you have to take really good care of what's going on, with your health. This is incredibly important at the end of March. And then you're going to have a Mercury retrograde and a solar eclipse in your 7th. So really, the whole action revolving around separation is coming up for you in early April. And I would say this to any Libra rising, especially the early degrees. I look at the solar eclipse, which brings action in a relationship, 19, conjunct Chiron, wounding. And then Venus is, right along the descendant, and the ruler is Mars, and it's conjunct Saturn. So it's happening. This is an eclipse that'll last for about a year. It'll take that long to unfold. You've got to be really careful during this eclipse because Mercury will retrograde over the eclipse degree. So when it does, it'll unfold over time. So there's going to be a cazimi. So there's going to be some kind of unexpected conversation or discussion around the 11th, I would assume, of April. And then you're going to have Venus hit this degree with Chiron, and that represents the wounding, especially revolving around the financial agreement and settlement. Being a Libra rising, I will say this, Jupiter and Uranus in your 8th house does seem to indicate that you would be entitled to some kind of compensation, whether it's child support or, there is some kind of divorce settlement or something, because Mars rules your partner's money and the 8th house is what you have access to. So this does seem like, it can get kind of ugly, but in theory, financially, you should be fine. Then down the road, you'll have Mars hit 19 degrees. So that'll also re-trigger this eclipse again around the end of May. You know, so to be really honest with you, oh yes, September started the separation. Things went sour during Pluto-Mars conjunction, which conjoined natal Mars. Yes. And then the eclipse too, that happened prior to that. But Uranus is in opposition to your Mars, and I think that's really where the issues are coming from. You know, to me, it seems like the squabbles are now going to be about the resources. And so you want to make sure that you're not kind of like dragging the kids in that. Saturn will oppose your sun all year. So that's the other thing, is that it might be about joint custody or shared custody and kind of going back and forth. And then finally, you know, next year, Neptune and Saturn are going to go into Aries. And that may be about you, and, you know, kind of being interested or open to the idea of like dating again. You could do it sooner, but I could see that happening. I really feel like the divorce in theory is probably complete by the fall, because you'll have that eclipse in your 6th house here. And the ruler of this is going to be Jupiter square, so there's some kind of legal decision. And Mars rules relationships. Here's the thing, like, is it done? Like, is it done? Because Mars will go retrograde, trying your descendant. Now, this can mean, once again, you're getting back into dating at the end of the year, but I look at Mars going retrograde in your descendant, squaring your 7th house, and I almost wonder if that person's going to be like, oh, we should have worked on it, or we could have, or we should have done this or that. Watch this Mars retrograde, because Mars rules relationships. So, yeah, it could be job changes, for sure. Yeah. But I mean, you know, something's going to happen here where they're still reevaluating old relationships. Really, a lot of it comes down to their astrology. But I'll tell you that for me to be like, yeah, the separation's going to happen, which sounds like you already know, I would need to see at least 3 indicators. Saturn in opposition to your sun is one. Eclipses in your 7th house is another one. And then Uranus in opposition to your 7th house Lord. That's enough for me to be like, yeah, it's going to get colorful. And if you guys can't separate amicably, and, you know, especially knowing that you have kids, get a mediator or get a family therapist, or like, you know, sit down and like work with your, work with your attorney, or trying to find a way that you guys can do it together. Chiron is the mediator that can help you through that process of separating. And I don't know how many kids you have, but the 2nd kid is your 7th house, and that seems to be an area of focus. And Pluto going into your 5th. So both of your kids are areas of focus right now if you're separating. But if for whatever reason the 2nd kid seems to be a real emphasis, you know, career stuff's going to go good because Jupiter's going to hit your moon. But look for that to wrap up right around September. Sorry to hear you're going through that. I hope you're optimistic about the future. Certainly your 2nd marriage looks a lot better than your 1st marriage. Having your moon in your 9th house, and Pluto's going to trine your moon for the next couple of years. I've got Josephine, Jennifer, and Jasmine. J, and J. All right, so Josephine. So if you guys are still watching this, if you haven't given me a thumbs up and like the stream, please do. It's really helpful. I guess we still have some people that are here, so hopefully you guys aren't bored to tears. We've got Josephine, who is January 27th, 65 at 11 a.m. And that should say Naples. So let me, is that right? Oh yeah, that is Naples. Okay. All right. So that is Naples. Naples, Italy. So she's a Taurus rising, sun in Aquarius, moon in Sagittarius. Hey, Josephine. Okay, so for career. So you want to know about career. Well, I would imagine things are quite colorful on your part. Now that Pluto is fully in your career house, so that means there is a huge change and transformation for the future of your career. Pluto rules relationships and partnerships. Be mindful that with Pluto going into your 10th house, there can be power struggles with bosses. There can also be a sense of being like, okay, one thing has to end, something new is beginning, right? And Pluto isn't close yet. It's within range. I work with it about 3 or 4 degree, orb. Pluto is getting closer to your sun. So it may represent some huge status change in regards to, your overall purpose or sense of creativity or joy. Can be some challenges with men at work for sure that can happen, but it can also be a time where you're going through a very powerful transformation of who you are professionally out in the world. Here's why it's tricky. It's tricky because when Pluto is at the top part of the chart like this, it squares your ascendant, so it does affect you, and it squares your descendant, so it does affect relationship with other people. And as I've said for other Taurus risings, there is the side of the Taurus risings that want ease and pleasure and comfort. And then there's the side of you guys that's like, oh, I want to break free, because Jupiter and Uranus are on your ascendant. So it means that you want freedom and you want to not feel tied down by some kind of career situation. So you're going back and forth. Saturn rules your 10th house of career, and you've got Saturn, which has just recently left your natal Saturn. So you just had your second Saturn return. I hope you're doing well. What did you learn, about your goals, about your friends, about other people? Saturn is now going to be moving into your 12th house, where it's going to be there for some time, my friend. I do think that probably what is most fortuitous for you in the future is going to be this Jupiter-Uranus conjunction, because it's going to trine your midheaven. Okay, so that means that it's opening the door to new opportunities, travel, optimism, expanding your beliefs and your philosophy about career. You also have this Jupiter return. So I'm wondering, are you thinking about traveling? Are you thinking about like going to another location and doing some work, like taking some time off to feel like re-inspired before you kind of get back into the work zone? For the next year, Saturn will sextile your midheaven. So you can continue to have career growth, but eventually down the road, I do see you wanting something more. And I don't know if this is more money or if you want, more freedom or what. Probably the best time for this will be when Jupiter's in your second house, trine your sun and Pluto. This will be in June. So that can be where like hard work and changes starts to physically pay off and you're bringing more money in a new way. Another time also can be when you have a Mercury retrograde and then an eclipse that will happen in your 6th. So new jobs can be starting around October as well. And then finally, this is kind of more down the road, but Pluto is going to start coming into a conjunction with your sun. When will you really start feeling it? More so 2026, 2027, 2028. When those eclipses in Aquarius are starting and the North Node and Pluto are conjunct, that's going to be on your sun. Granted, for all I know, in a couple of years, that could be you thinking about retiring. So I don't know how long you're thinking about working, but it could definitely be, a major change that happens then. The truth is that it's very hard to find a Taurus rising right now that has Aquarius in their chart that feels fulfilled. Because, Jupiter and Uranus really want to break free. And you have the chart of somebody who has a very strong Saturn signature. So always working, always focusing on career. And right now it's like it does want you to rest, recuperate, take a break. And the irony is it's been probably one of the busiest times in your career with all these planets that are going through your 10th house. But you're not going to see some kind of breakthrough until closer to about April or May. And that would literally be saying, okay, I'm going to look for something else. I'm going to consider a new location, a new type of work, a new schedule. And this will trine your chart and light everything up like a Christmas tree where there could be a new opportunity basically at the end of May, beginning of June. If you wanted to switch jobs, you could definitely do that for sure. Yeah. So hopefully that's helpful. I'm glad to hear that you're traveling and taking a break, because that's very much indicated in your chart. What is it that you do for work? You're welcome. Let me know if you have any questions, because I'm curious about what you do. You have Mercury on the midheaven, so do you do some kind of like management? Do you do some kind of like business management, financial management, anything like that? You have Mercury Venus conjunct. So I don't know if you do accounting or something like that, but I mean, you're a textile designer, but no, I sell textiles. Okay. One thing I would say about that If you're selling, this is your marketplace. Okay, so that's ruled by Pluto or Mars. Saturn and Neptune are going to start opposing your Mars. So one of the biggest things you're going to have challenges with is being like, okay, you know, where are my clients coming from, or who am I selling to? As Jupiter and Uranus go into Taurus and they start trining your Mercury, I think it's going to be about establishing relationships with people in other places for importing, exporting. So people in other locations. So if you're wanting to sell, you're having to kind of find people in other places who are interested in buying what you have. And I think that, you know, being that it's potentially from Italy, I don't know, higher quality goods is Jupiter and Uranus. So you may be able to find people who have an interest in what you're selling. They may be willing to pay more for it. Taurus is things that are rich and kind of fine. So obviously textiles make sense. But also I think of like Taurus and Uranus together might be about people who have an interest in like using some materials for like wallpaper, using some materials for like home design, like buying stuff bulk that they would use to like make other things for home, basically. So other materials for home. And if you paint, okay, cool. So that's like Taurus art stuff. So I mean, anything that you're doing, it's about marketing what you have to people in other places. So start showing people what you're painting and what you're creating, and like showing them that other side of you. And maybe that's part of like what's also breaking through, is that you're like, there's this thing I'd rather be doing and it's more interesting than what I'm doing work-wise. But this is trying to get you to connect with people in other places and market what you have. Hopefully that's helpful. You sell home textiles. I love that. What's up, Trader Mike? If it's your first time getting a reading, I would choose either the natal chart reading or I would choose the 1 hour session on my website. You can choose one of those two. The 1 hour is just me looking at your transits. Hopefully that's helpful for you, Josephine. We have Jennifer. So let's pull up Jennifer. There she is. So that's August 1st, 79. What's up, JFab? Scorpio rising, Scorpio moon, sun in Leo. I'm assuming you want to know what. Look at you. You got a full moon on your north node, girl. That's great. Obviously, you know, looking at your chart, let's make this equal. There you go. A little bit easier to read. So you're going to have a full moon that's going to be conjunct your north node in the 10th house. One more. There we go. Kind of a big deal. North node in the 10th house, you know, I mean, this is about work, responsibility, dedication. You know, the moon does talk about some kind of completion and fulfillment. This does seem like you're kind of reaching some kind of peak period in regards to your professional life. And the irony is that the ruler, Mercury, is at the bottom of the chart. So there's like a lot of work to do, but you're like, ugh, am I feeling like it? You know, Mercury, the sun, and Saturn on your south node is like emotionally, you may not be feeling like it. You may be feeling kind of heavy, or feeling like you'd rather be home, or feeling like you need to be moving through some private life stuff, some family stuff, some home stuff, which is really bringing up this theme of being pulled back and forth between what you're doing out in the world and really what, you know, your insides are kind of telling you that you need, which might be more rest and recuperation. Tummy issues can come up here. Health stuff can kind of come up here. You can definitely be also feeling like there is a need to emotionally clear and purge. One of the best things that you can be doing with this full moon is like taking time. The full moon is about finding balance. You know, that's what full moons are. It's illuminating both axes. So this is what we do out in the world. This is what we do at home. But with Mercury being there, I really feel like this is like taking some downtime tomorrow and, you know, taking a bath, doing some self-care, getting some sleep, like winding down a little bit, not feeling like you have to do more than you're capable of. Yes, you may feel like there is some need to kind of take care of business, but if you push through that, you're going to find that you're going to feel more exhausted or you're going to feel more run down. So take time to kind of acknowledge, okay, I work hard, so I also need to kind of like rest and recuperate. And I think that you need to be working with water and doing some kind of cleanse or some kind of clearing, especially with the moon trine Jupiter and Uranus. I feel like this might be some dietary changes that are coming. This might be some changes to your schedule or how you have things organized or set up in your home. That might be coming up for you here as well. And then obviously you're going to hear for Leo, you know, it's money related. So there can be some big kind of something going on at work where you're getting some recognition, or maybe you get a raise, you get a bonus. Like things can be going on this week where you're like, okay, work is like happening. But in the background, I know you're a Scorpio rising, but you may resonate with the Sag rising horoscope where it's just like, man, I'm just like feeling really, really either emotionally or physically exhausted. So please take care of yourself in the midst of this particular full moon. Take the weekend to kind of recharge a little bit. And as soon as these planets start separating, coming into your 5th house, they'll at least be trining your ascendant, you know? And something about even Mars coming into conjunction with some of these placements squaring Neptune too. Neptune squaring your Mars. So there can also be this sense of like, what am I doing? What's going on at home? What is, what's going on here? Like, am I paying attention to the things that I need to be with my home and my family? The eclipses are going to show you that too. Big time. Because even though they're in your 11th and your 5th house, it's bringing your attention to your South Node where Saturn is still around, where Mars is around. And there may be some family stuff coming up that's kind of needing your attention. So pay attention to your emotions and stuff going on in your home base. And I love that eclipse in the 5th house for you. That's going to be really great, especially because it's going to trine your Jupiter. Having more playtime, more time for fun, for creativity, self-expression. And then obviously, oh, by the way, Jupiter and Uranus meeting in your 6th. I think there's a new schedule coming. You may not see it yet, but something about April, May makes me feel like you're making more time for playtime and also, being closest to the people who bring you like the most joy and happiness. Good luck. We've got Jasmine. There we go. And Jasmine is January 19th, 96 from Kansas City. 5:49 p.m. She says, what are the main themes or the biggest impact of this year for me? For the Mars-Pluto opposition this year, how would that play out? Mars will cross my ascendant and Pluto will oppose my ascendant. Woo! Get ready for a rumble. I can see it. What is the biggest aspect happening for you this year? Well, for starters, let's look at your chart. So you're ruled by the sun. Okay, so I don't care what else is happening in the chart. We need to always know what's going on with the sun. Well, your sun's at a critical degree, 29 degrees. So yes, the Mars-Pluto stuff is going to be a thing. We'll talk about that. But really, Pluto is still transiting, going back and forth over your sun. So that's a huge theme all year. That's something that you don't want to forget. And by the way, go and look at the end of July. There's going to be a full moon at 29 degrees of Capricorn conjunct Pluto. So you want to put that on your calendar. You want to know what's going on there. So Pluto hitting your sun means that you've been going through major changes and transformations with your health, with your habits, with your routine, with your career and where you are, all that fun stuff. And obviously you've been kind of getting familiar with Pluto in recent years. It's been a conjunct all of your personal planets. So it could have manifested as health stuff or stuff in regards to your workspace. But that's the most important thing. Pluto will be back there in the fall. So that's number one for me. And yes, it goes hand in hand with some other transits. So for example, Pluto will retrograde back to 0 in July. So from July until about December, you're still in that Pluto transit. And yes, as you said, you're going to see that Mars is going to go retrograde back and forth in opposition to Pluto. But actually, it's your sun that I would watch, Because when Mars hits 29 degrees, it's going to hit that degree several times. That's a critical degree. So what is Mars in your chart? Career. Right? Things revolving around your reputation. And then it rules your 5th house of creativity and romance. So what are oppositions? They're relational. So you're going to hear as a Capricorn, oh, there's some change going on with a relationship. You're going to see it in the Mars retrograde. And Mars is going through your 1st house of self and drive. And it means that you're changing directions with what your goals are and what your future is and how it's impacting relationships and cutting off certain relationships that don't facilitate what it is that you're wanting to create. Now, you'll see that opposition there. And like Mars-Pluto is, it's a dangerous aspect. So yeah, you want to be mindful in November of where you are and who you're taking up with. I'm not saying something's going to happen, but this is not a time where you want to be getting into like an altercation with someone. It's not a time that you want to be in like strange places, especially at night, that kind of stuff. So that'll be around early November. And then you will see then Mars oppose your natal Uranus. So Mars on your ascendant, I think in itself is like, you're feeling kind of restless and you're not putting up with other people's crap. You're telling other people, no, go work on yourself, Anyway, Mars will retrograde on your ascendant. And in my mind, that's really significant. I've seen thousands of charts. And something that always comes up for me is that when there is a retrograde, especially a malefic planet, Mars, Saturn, Pluto, when these planets retrograde, and if they're retrograding like within a degree of your ascendant, that's when you want to watch your ass, because that's when there can be some health problems that can come up. That's when there can be some accidents that can come up. So I would be looking from December 5th until about January 4th. Okay, Mars is heat, cutting, blades, accidents, and Mars rules the 5th house of passion. Okay, so it can be like a passionate back and forth you're having with another person, but this can also be like a time that you don't get surgery. You're not getting laser stuff done. You're not getting a tattoo, because you might get a tattoo and then you're like, oh my God, I hate this. This was like terrible. Or, like I'm questioning whether or not like this person, like was using adequate, techniques and health practices. I would not be doing anything that involves Mars. Heat, cutting, removing, surgical, tattoos, piercings. Nope, we don't want to do those things. And then Mars will oppose your Sun after that, which is going to be more about your goals and your ego. And the Sun is your chart ruler. I really feel like it might just be like a back and forth with you and another person. And I don't think it would take the Mars retrograde to do that, because Pluto is coming into your 7th house. So then Pluto is going to hit your natal Uranus again, which is going to bring about some kind of dramatic change. It can be an on and off relationship with a friend too. And then Pluto is going to hit Juno. So let me ask you a question. What has already happened? What has already happened with Pluto in Aquarius? It happened last year. What took place then? Did you have a friendship breakup? Were you dating somebody where you were like, you need to get your act together? I had a relationship with someone at work. Does this transit mean that it can come up since you said work and reputation? Yeah, it could. Yeah. Yes. Pluto was kind of in Capricorn. So this can be like in the workplace, and then it goes into the 7th house and you're like, yeah, this isn't working. And so it can cause issues at work, and Uranus, it is in your 6th house. So you do get into relationships with people at work because your 7th house ruler is in the 6th. And also Saturn is your traditional ruler, and Saturn is in the 8th, which means it's secret or it's hidden or people don't know you're together. And then there is some weirdness. Simple solution. Don't date people at work. And this isn't a judgment thing. This is you're going to get your ass kicked all over the place because you're going to have Pluto conjunct Uranus in your 6th house. You were dating someone that you were working with that was twice your age and married, and you didn't know. Well, here's a really good example of a Pluto transit. Pluto can be secretive in things that are taboo. Pluto hit your Sun, so you were involved with an older man, Capricorn, and there was some romantic connection, 29 degrees, drama. And then Pluto hit Uranus, where you found out some kind of a secret, 8th house ruler. And also, you know, you have Venus in the 8th house. So you happen to meet people when they're going through some kind of, you know, major transformation or change, or you meet them when they're still connected to other people. It's very common with Venus in the 8th house. And Saturn was on your Venus. So it looks like, in my mind, no judgment, I don't really care, but with Venus square Pluto and Saturn hitting your Venus, it looks like there was some kind of karma there where it was like that relationship was teaching you a lot about whether or not you need to suss people out better. And also, you may have been like the sacrificial lamb for this other person getting caught and having to terminate their relationship. That's what I think, personally. I don't know what happened, but I'll tell you something. I think of what has happened and the temptation of reconnecting with that person or getting involved with that person coming back during the Mars retrograde. I think of, you know, Mars being in the 1st house, which is very strong about your desires and what you want, and Pluto is going to oppose that. So you could have a very angry or a very agitated or upset, you know, person who knows that you were involved with their partner, who could be like attacking you or your reputation and causing an issue at work. Like, I'm telling you right now, all of your karma is very much connected to workplace relationships. It's very obvious to me. I wouldn't date at work. That's just me. And I also would be really cautious and careful about people I get involved with and ask them and make sure they're available. I'm not saying that because you said that. I'm saying that because you have Venus in the 8th. It's a lesson that not everybody is necessarily available just because you think they are. If they're not telling you, you need to ask. And then 3, be really careful with stalkers. I think with Pluto on your descendant and Mars going retrograde, you can get involved with somebody who's like really kind of pursuing you. And Mars going retrograde into your 12th could be you being like, I need to drop out. I need to go MIA. You know, like this is not, nope, I'm out. And having to kind of cut or sever things. So it's not just one transit. Yeah, the Mars opposed Pluto is pretty significant, but it's really about really other people unwilling to go through the necessary changes or transformations, and you learning to be like, nope, we can't connect, and also we can't be friends. You know? That's wild. Not surprised. I hear that a lot with people who have Venus in the 8th house, that they have those situations. But we'll have to see. I'll do some videos on that as we get closer, because that's going to be a very that's a really spicy time out in the cosmos for sure. All right, so we have Amber and then we have Robin. There we go. So we've got Amber here, who is June 26, 82 at 11:28 p.m. I recently found out shocking information about a person I was dating since May 2022. A lot of truths being revealed. What's triggering this in my chart? What should I expect for this full moon and eclipse season? Oh, I don't know. Maybe a full moon in your descendant? Maybe. You're welcome, Jasmine. Good luck. So a full moon in the 7th house does bring some kind of an illumination to relationships. Sure. Completion to relationships. Yeah, of course. The 7th house ruler is in its fall in Pisces, which means somebody is having to make the sacrifice, or somebody is tuning in and picking something up, or putting the pieces of the puzzle together, or realizing something. And it's in opposition to the moon, which means you may feel like there's something you know about somebody else, but you don't know if you want to talk to them about that or how to share it with them. And it's a difficult conversation to have with Mercury, the Sun, and Saturn coming into conjunction. So it's all coming to a head, right? And also, P.S., welcome to eclipse season. Now, this is where everything gets kind of hairy. This full moon is squaring your Venus, too. Okay, so it does represent where it's like, oh, and you have Venus at 1 degrees in Gemini in the 3rd. So let me ask you a question. Are you watching this, Amber? Are you here? Let me know. Does it have something to do with this person messaging or communicating or talking to another person, or something coming up about their interaction with another person? And I'm not like trying to, say that because of what you said, but Venus in the 3rd, there can be communication with other people, basically. So the full moon can be like, do I have the conversation? They've told me certain things that maybe don't resonate. Like there's something going on that's a little two-faced, Gemini. Okay, so you'll catch up. But basically, yeah, it's bringing it up right now. And this full moon squares your Venus, opposes the transits on your ascendant, and squares Uranus, which means like you're kind of like, I'm about ready to blow the lid off this whole thing, but I'm trying to figure out how to do it. So probably when Mercury, Saturn, and the Sun are coming into conjunction, it can represent when you're getting ready to have this chat. So sometime from February 27th, I would say through probably around about March 1st. Oh, here we go. They shared all kinds of screenshots of text. The girl showed me proof. Bingo. So there's the Venus in the third. So this is literally how you learn astrology, guys. The only way that you learn astrology is you listen to people's stories and you learn the degrees. And this is textbook. Venus in Gemini, okay? A woman, a second woman in the third house. Phones, communications, screenshots. So this full moon in her relationship house is forcing Venus to come out with the receipts. And she's like, oh, I know. When do I confront this person? So here's the deal. On top of that, yeah, the eclipses are coming, but Saturn's also going to square your Mercury, which is your relationship sector. So actually the eclipses are bringing this up. So you have an eclipse in Libra in your 5th house lunar eclipse. That's when we let people go. We clear things out. That's going to be the end of March. You could do it sooner. You're already kind of in that energy. And then you're going to have a solar eclipse in Aries in the second house of self, ruled by Mars, conjunct Saturn, and it's squaring Mercury. Both of these eclipses seem to kind of indicate that a relationship is on the chopping block. And then the grand finale is Saturn coming into an opposition with your moon. So unless you're in a situation where you're like, oh, I want to talk to this person and figure it out and salvage it. I mean, I'm of the frame of mind that I feel like, you know, as a woman, like I would want to know. So you can't fault her for coming forward and telling you. Like nobody's going to tell the truth like a scorned woman. And that's the thing that's really helpful in this situation is whether or not that person was unfaithful or dishonest with you, whatever, she's going to give you all the receipts. You're going to look at it and you're going to have to decide, is this a situation where I really want to be in a relationship with somebody who's like not being honest with me? Because Saturn's going to square your Mercury off and on this year, which means you're going to be very suspicious and trustworthy of being in a relationship or taking somebody back if you feel like they're not honest with you. Yeah, it can't be salvaged. Fuck them. I mean, I hate to be like that, but it's like, you know? The other thing that I would say is that more than anything, because the relationship can be cut, the real issue is the swipe at the self-esteem. Because now it's a lot of like, well, why did this happen to me? And like, what's wrong with me? And like, that's kind of the stuff that's kind of coming up in your chart when you have this eclipse in your second house. So then beginning of April is going to be rebuilding and kind of like, you know, building yourself up and being like, you know what, it's not me. It's that, you know, somebody's clearly got some issues with being honest and like having to do a lot of healing revolving around self-worth. You know, and like, yeah, that's really difficult because if you're in a relationship with somebody who couldn't be honest with you to begin with, look at it this way, you know, I mean, obviously I don't know your situation, but to me, this seems like you can make a pretty decent break. Could it affect your living situation? Maybe, I don't know, because I'm looking at Saturn, which is going to square Jupiter and also your moon. So if you live together, then yeah, it's going to materialize as being like, okay, well, now I need to move. Or now I understand why there's been a delay in a living situation. But I really feel like the damage is going to be about trusting and also working on, you know, your self-esteem. But let this be a lesson to you for this next year, knowing that Saturn's going to square your Mercury. It's basically trying to cut somebody off who you're not meant to kind of have a long-term relationship with, as much as I hate to say it. And when you have a stronger Mercury transit, somebody else is going to come around. Like this person will probably still hang around when Jupiter hits Mercury. But you have good relationship, you know, karma after that. So don't be surprised that person's coming back around in August, both because of this transit and also because of this transit in August. But I would say hold out and wait and know that you're going to have South Node eclipses in your 7th house for the next several years. And if anything, you know, relationships will only work when you feel like you can trust people again, and that's going to take time. Yeah, your rising signs are conjunct. Yeah. Difficult stuff, but this is also Saturn in the first house. You know, Saturn is where you have to kind of really hold the line. And when Saturn gets closer to Neptune, you really don't want to let yourself become too vulnerable and let that person back in if you feel like it's not a good match. You know? That's really disappointing. I'm sorry to hear that. But also, like, hey, like, Jupiter's gonna hit your Mercury. You can meet another person. I don't think you're thinking that way yet, but I think that you come about June through September, it could be a totally different ballgame. And I would be getting to work on those trust issues, especially because you have so many planets in the 8th house to begin with. And lay it all out there. I mean, you know, one of the best things you can do is take the information you have and give him the opportunity to come clean. If he doesn't come clean, show him the receipts and wash your hands of the situation. Hopefully that's helpful. Time to sage and cleanse, because you got the Mercury-Jupiter squares. It's about taking baths and sprays, but also burning some stuff. So I'm sorry to hear that. Get yourself some Nirvana quartz. That'll help as well. All right, so we've got Robin, and somehow there are still 40 people watching right now in the middle of the night. If you guys haven't already liked this, give us a thumbs up and come back. Let me know what happens, Amber. Give me the lowdown. We want to hear about how the confrontation goes. Hopefully he's honest with you. Robin, forgive me. I forget what your question is, so I'm looking for it right now. Let's see. Do we have her question? Did she post it? I feel like she did. There we go. The last 7 years have been super hard. I'm feeling nervous for the eclipses. Can you give me insight on the upcoming eclipse season? Sure. Okay, so you got Pluto on your descendant. Okay, so you want to know about the eclipses. So let's look at them. So we've got March 25th. So this will be a lunar eclipse in Libra. So it sextiles your ascendant. That's not bad. It opposes your sun. So actually you're kind of coming into a birthday around the time of a solar eclipse. A lunar eclipse. So it's about completion. So you'll feel like this year is about completions. And this eclipse is ruled by Venus, which is right on top of your Mercury, and it's almost your Venus return. So if anything, I would say, you know, this can be prompting, you know, changes with siblings. It can be changes with cars. You might be traveling. I have seen some Leo risings with some of these transits that are anticipating having to deal with legal matters. And if not, then it's like continuing education, or it can be about shifts in regards to your belief system. So this is a little bit more friendly. Certainly Venus conjunct Saturn on top of your natal Venus might be indicating that there is better relationship opportunity on the way, and meeting people who you might travel with or who live in other places. And also, like I said, it sextiles your ascendant, and it's trining your descendant. So this is not a challenging eclipse. The challenges are coming from the Pluto transits, and I'll get to that in just a second. And then the second eclipse that you're going to have is going to be on the 8th of April. It's a solar eclipse in Aries, right on your midheaven. So this is bringing in an opportunity for changes with career, reputation. Yes, Mercury will retrograde at the same time. For some Leo risings, though, you're going to hear that this is about, you know, like learning something new or potentially traveling. So even if it's not as work related, it's still in a positive house. Ruled by Mars, and Mars is conjunct Saturn, which is in your 8th. So to me, this looks like potential job shifts or changes revolving around superiors or managers at work, or changing direction in where you're going with your work stuff. That eclipse is right on your north node. So I don't care what the aspects are. I care that an eclipse on your north node is like the universe saying, hey, guess what? We're getting ready to do this thing. And it really is going to relate to your natal Mars, because Mars rules your north node. And what do you have? Mars conjunct the moon. which means it's about making the necessary changes that you have to emotionally and out in the world professionally when it comes to your career, and listening to your intuition when it comes to making some of these moves. Now, this will get activated several times, both when Mercury crosses this degree, which you'll see about 2 weeks later. And then you'll also see this get activated again when Mars goes into Aries. And I think this is about like just totally kicking ass at work and being really busy and like showing up and being a leader, being a manager, and like people looking to you for like support, and like recognizing that you're kind of getting into the groove of like finding, you know, what you're meant to be doing. Wait, what did she say? Yeah. I just got a new job. Okay, cool. I love this. And then, you know, what's really, I think, creating issues is your Pluto transit. So let me start by saying the eclipse that you have in April is laying the groundwork for a whole year's worth of work. So that's great. North Node conjunct your Saturn. You might travel. You might, you know, teach people. You might mentor people. You might train. I mean, like, these are good things. It's Pluto. Okay, so Pluto right now is in your 7th house, creating lots of changes and transformations with relationships. Pluto square your moon. That brings up a lot of emotional stress, issues with home, issues with women, issues with family. Okay. This is great. I also got fired at the end of Jan. Yeah. So then what you want to watch for over this next year or two is that Pluto in your house of relationships is squaring your moon. So the tension that comes from relationships with other people at work. And then Pluto will start squaring your Mars. And Mars represents, you know, children, younger people, creativity. I really wonder, like, is there a lot of younger people at your work? Like, do you feel kind of like, ooh, I don't know if I want to be telling them what to do? Or is there like a sense of like trying to kind of adapt to new relationships professionally? Or is there some kind of relationship stress that's going on in your life? Pluto is the pain of my existence. I'd be careful with saying stuff about Pluto, because Pluto will generally say to you, like, what are you most afraid of? Here you go. And probably what you were afraid of was getting fired or losing your job. I mean, you're a Taurus moon, you know, Taurus moon and Mars in the 10th house is like you live to work. It's really important to you. You like having that stability and security. So Pluto came in and was like, guess what? You know, I'm going to make you feel like people don't like you and you're not wanted here. We're going to cut your job and we're going to put you in a position of having to find a new one and getting out of your comfort zone. That's literally what Pluto does. So you have to be very careful with Pluto. You can't show Pluto any fear. You have to be like, okay, whatever you're going to do is going to make me stronger, you know? So in my mind, I really feel like this is helping open the door to new relationships. Also learning astrology, having counselors or therapists. Pluto moon is like family drama, home drama, like that stuff can happen too. So Pluto's still squaring stuff for the next year and a half. And if this were me, I would say, you know, maybe it's about getting out there and like blowing off some steam with the Pluto-Mars transit and having new hobbies, or if you're single, dating and trying to meet people again, you know? So literal. There's so many dental hygienists on this channel tonight. It's like crazy. I'm having like PTSD flashbacks. All I can like smell is like the latex gloves and like all the mouthwash and all that stuff, and you hear like the suction cups. I worked in dentistry for so long, I'll never go back. But I feel like for you it's about navigating some tricky environments where there can be some kind of difficult females at work, and like, you know, kind of being like, okay, I'm not here to make friends with people, I'm here to work. And not putting yourself in a situation where there's too much competitiveness among staff as well. That can be an issue with squares from the 7th to the 10th house, you know? Dorothy says, it's my sign to get a cleaning done. But personally, yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, what you may want to watch, and you might want to listen to the reading that I did just a little bit ago for, who is it for? For Jasmine, literally a few minutes ago. I probably listened to it, but I was talking about how Mars will oppose Pluto. That'll happen and it'll square your moon Mars. And I feel like, to be honest with you, if, and this is a big if, you were to decide that you were going to go out of doing dental hygiene, you would go more into like teaching, training, or advertising, or like marketing. Like you may do some like marketing work or something, like maybe you'd be like, oh, I'm going to go into sales and work for like a product company, or I go and work for Colgate, or I go and I sell, dental products to companies or to practices, and I become, like somebody who's kind of working with them. Something else would open up. That, or you would be able to do some kind of training or teaching. And could that happen? Sure. It doesn't mean that it has to, though. I would just say be careful at work. You're not necessarily there to make friends. And things get kind of spicy at the end of the year. But yeah, I think that this can be really good. Open up and embrace the opportunity for you to do some continuing education or training. That's a nice way to work with Pluto sextile your planets in Aries. Yeah, it's a good transition. I did it for a while. I was working in like all kinds of stuff. I was working in I went out of dentistry, and I was like, okay, I'm going to work for like implant company or different like dental companies and stuff that worked with the practices, and it's fun. And for you, it would allow you to travel, or it would allow you to do some kind of training, and that does kind of come through your chart. So I hope that that's helpful in giving you some insight. Definitely had a lot of people tonight, so I apologize. My brain is fried. But I anticipated this on a full moon. It was kind of expected. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. We had a lot of fun tonight. We will not be here next Friday, and I'll make sure I mention that. We will not be here next Friday because I have some family coming in town to visit. But we will be here the following week, right around the time that we're getting ready to have another new moon in Pisces. Make sure you're subscribed so you get videos or alerts to the videos on the channel. We've got eclipses coming up. Horoscopes are out also if you guys haven't seen that. If you guys want to book a one-on-one reading with me, check out beyondtheveiledtarot.com. You can see my schedule. You can book with me. I think I have openings in June and July. Natal chart readings, transit readings, election readings, synastry, you name it. I also teach tarot and astrology, so if you'd like to learn with me, check out my courses. I also have astrology calendars and much more on the website. While you're there, sign up for the newsletter so you're alerted as to when we have new stuff coming out in terms of my courses and my webinars. With that being said, have a happy full moon. You guys enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I will see you all back here on Sunday morning. Take care.